deadline for 2025 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTME beyond March 8. In a statement by JAMB's spokesperson, Dr. Fabian Benjamin, JAMB says the UTME registration is scheduled to close on March 8, 2025. Dr. Benjamin notes that over 1.5 million candidates have successfully registered, aligning closely with the board's projections for the 2025 examination cycle. JAMB therefore urges prospective candidates to complete their registration as soon as possible, emphasizing the importance of adhering to the established timeline and avoiding last-minute rushes. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has expressed his deepest sympathies to the Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, on the passing of his beloved mother-in-law, Haja Hawa Yakub Usman, who died at 70. In a heartfelt message through his Special Advisor Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, the President conveyed his condolences to the Idris family, their in-laws and all relatives, urging them to find strength and comfort during this time. President Tinubu further prayed for the peaceful repose of Haja Hawa's soul, saying, "May Almighty Allah forgive her shortcomings, grant her eternal rest and admit her to Al-Jannah Firdaus." Another break beckons. The news continues shortly.
They asked me how I came this far. I told them I had to sweat. Sweat is chasing your dreams. Sweat is never giving up. Sweat is action, but can also bring germs. That's why I use Dettol Cool Soap with 5 degrees cooling sensation. Summer heat brings body odor, but Dettol Cool protects you from 99.9% of illness-causing germs and keeps you fresh.
The world needs mums. With a splash of golden terra oil, a mom can transform a frown into a smile. Change no thanks into yes please. Resolve family feuds without blowing a whistle. Providing tasty family meals is all that matters. Where there are moms, there is love. Golden Terra Oil, or pure love.
No buy am. But why? No see say this big bull bag of rice no get the new big bull holographic seal. Not true.
Introducing the Big Bull Holographic Seal Tape, your favorite authentic Big Bull rice, 50 kg and 25 kg. Now with holographic seal tape. This is to ensure you get the premium product from Big Bull Rice. Do not buy if the holographic seal tape is not on the bag or is broken. Big Bull Rice. Tasty rice nourished you.
What wakes you up in the morning? Is it the sunrise? Is it the alarm? No. It's your dream that wakes you every day. It's what drives you like a powerful engine. That's why you start strong every day with the rich, creamy taste of Nescafe 3-in-1, carefully crafted from selected coffee beans. You're on your hustle, and you won't stop until you succeed. Start strong, finish strong.
So what can I get you?
Can I have some more golden penny pasta?
Tell me why you want more.
Because I enjoy slopping.
This is why I love my golden penny pasta. It's my family's favorite. What's your reason?
Great for a romantic dinner.
Reminds me of home every time.
That truly satisfying me.
It's my ultimate comfort food.
Creativity mode activated, and make delicious combos for you. Come on. I just want more.
Oh, Grandpa.
Because I love you all.
There are more reasons to love Golden Penny Pasta. What's your reason? Great taste? Good nutrition.
We're live in the open market for Epic 10X Challenge. My people, today I will show you how the power of new Epic 10X gives your toilet a better cleaning than bleach.
Than bleach?
Yes, sir.
Impossible.
Toilets have stains which bleach cannot clean effectively. But Epic is thicker and sticks better, which gives 10X better cleaning versus bleach and kills germs. Oh, wow. Can you see that Epic is better than bleach?
Imagine lovely meals you can cook with these ingredients. You spend heavily, but no guarantee of a tasty meal. Not making a right choice of seasoning cube can ruin your meal, money, and confidence. For a tasty meal, do not compromise. Choose Gold.
Use Terra Gold for the rich, consistent taste your loved ones crave for. Good for soups, stews, and jollof. Terra Gold. One cube, endless possibilities.
They asked me how I came this far. I told them I had to sweat. Sweat is chasing your dreams. Sweat is never giving up. Sweat is action, but can also bring germs. That's why I use Dettol Cool Soap with 5 degrees cooling sensation. Summer heat brings body odor, but Dettol Cool protects you from 99.9% of illness-causing germs and keeps you fresh.
Nigeria's rebased consumer price index. What does it mean and how does it impact the economy? That is our conversation on NTA Tuesday Live on the 25th February 2025. Tuesday Live, every week at 10:30 p.m. Incisive and educative. Join us.
Time to talk sports now. Let's begin with football. As Flying Eagles of Nigeria, the under-20 team, on Tuesday arrived Abuja ahead of their 2 friendly matches against the Young Elephants of Côte d'Ivoire. The 21 players selected by coach Aliyu Zabaru had their first training session this evening ahead of their first game. The 7-time African champions are expected to take on their Ivorian counterparts at the Stade Felix Houphouët-Boigny from 4:30 in the evening Nigerian time on Wednesday, with both teams also to clash again on Friday at the same venue with the same kickoff time. Now, let's turn our attention to the Nigeria Premier Football League, where the fight for title, strong finish, and survival will continue on Wednesday, as attention shifts to match the 28 games. Enyimba Ratum to Shooting Stars with leaders Roma Stars playing away to Nasarawa United in Lafia. Strugglers, Lobby Stars are at home to Niger Tornadoes with Kano Pillars and Aqua United trading tackles. And quickly to the English Premier League, where 8 clubs are in action tonight. And of course, the match between Chelsea and Southampton is heading towards halftime. And the Blues are leading 2-0 at the moment. And of course, Brighton and Bournemouth are playing 1-0 at the moment. Crystal Palace are leading 2-1 against Aston Villa, with Wolverhampton trailing to Fulham 1-2 at the moment. That's sports for now. Let's return to Olajide.
Many thanks, Bade, and that's it on the Network News. Many thanks for being a part of it. I am Olajide Bello.
NTA, you can't beat the reach.
This is the network service of the NTA.
I am Oluremi Tinubu, the global and national Stop TB champion. Many people have asked why I've chosen to champion the fight against a disease like tuberculosis. My reason stems from a deep personal experience. I once had a friend who unfortunately fell ill and concealed the nature of his sickness until it was too late. Eventually, after he passed, we discovered he had tuberculosis. Sadly, due to the stigma and discrimination surrounding the disease, he would not speak up or seek for help. His death was a painful reminder that we could have intervened and saved a life if only we had known earlier. Tuberculosis is an airborne disease that primarily affects the lungs, but can also impact other parts of the body. Being airborne means anyone, regardless of their social economic status, can contract it. In Nigeria, 1 person dies of TB-related illness every 7 minutes, amounting to 206 deaths every day. Globally, 1 person succumbs to TB every 25 seconds, which is a staggering 3,456 lives lost daily. These deaths are entirely preventable because TB is curable if detected and treated early. If you or someone you know has been coughing for 2 weeks or more, coughing up blood, experiencing night sweats, or losing weight drastically, it might be TB. Please visit the nearest government hospital or primary healthcare center for proper diagnosis and treatment. TB treatment is free in all government and some private health facilities. Let us also remember not to stigmatize or discriminate against TB patients or those who have been treated for TB. Individuals who have been cured of TB cannot infect others. I call on all stakeholders, especially the private sector, to join us in the fight to end TB in Nigeria. Together, we can make a difference. Remember, TB anywhere is TB everywhere. End TB by 2030. Yes, we can.
Have you heard the news? The federal government of Nigeria, through its direct benefit transfer program, has started the disbursement of 75,000 naira per household in 3 installments of 25,000, 25,000, 25,000 naira. Each recipient must have a validated national identification number, NIN, to receive the payment on behalf of their household members. To benefit, your household must be in the National Social Register of Poor and Vulnerable Households in Nigeria. The federal government's direct benefit transfer program is helping to reduce the effect of suffering while promoting financial and economic inclusion for the poor and vulnerable population in Nigeria.
Sunana Safiya Ismail, ni daga Gwagwalada Area Council a karkashin Giri. Ina da yara 7 da mijina. Sana'ana sadda itace. Akwai damuwomi da yawa. Rashin kudi da musanta zaka ga itace zai kare ba kudi ne zaka siya wani. An kira ni ayi Safiya Ismail nace yes, come for your benefits at Angwando do Gwagwalada. Suka bani ATM din immediately na withdraw kudi na. Amma gaskiya kudin ya zo at the right time.
This message is brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation, Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, in collaboration with the National Social Investment Programs Agency, National Social Safety Nets Coordinating Office, and the National Cash Transfer Office.
Our major currency unit is the Naira, while the minor unit is the Kobo. They are both in notes and coins. The Naira is more than just a medium of exchange. It bears the images of our heroes. So, stop abusing the Naira. It is a criminal offense to spray the Naira at events. Stop stepping on the Naira. It's not your enemy. Do not squeeze, ruffle, or write on the Naira. Handling the Naira with dirty or oily hands can deface the Naira. Love the Naira as you love yourself. Be a real Nigerian. Do not abuse the Naira.
Oh yes, Nigeria's journey to ensuring protection of rights of citizens in line with global tenets has not been without challenges, especially the myriad of internal security crises across the country, with conflicts drawing security forces and unpleasant attendant consequences in tow. With current efforts, these concerns are surmountable as the National Human Rights Commission takes the bold step of projecting human rights issues, awareness to citizens, investigating violations, fighting for victims, and training security forces on international best practices for rules of engagement. Established by Decree Number 22 of 1995, the NHRC, with presence in the 36 states of the Federation, is making progress in terms of rights to dignity and rights to liberty of Nigerians, providing oversight and judicial action to abuses by states and non-state actors. This is Reshaping Democracy, and I'm Ayo Deji Makinde. The National Human Rights Commission, with the support of governments and stakeholders, is working tirelessly to promote a culture for human rights for all Nigerians. Reshaping Democracy this time takes on the Executive Secretary of the NHRC, Dr. Tony Ojukwu, who is set to answer citizens' inquiries into the Commission's mandates and service delivery.
My name is Abubakar Balarabi, human rights activist and indigenous of Sokoto State. My question to Executive Secretary, National Human Rights Commission. Sir, what mechanism has the National Human Rights Commission put in place to monitor and document human rights violations across the country?
Thank you very much. This question is very, very germane to our work, because as a matter of policy, we know that all parts of the country require our services. So what we have done to reach the crannies, the nooks and crannies of the country, is to have state offices in all the 36 states. We have state offices in all the 36 states, and these state offices are there to make sure that people can access them and report individual cases of human rights violation. In addition to that, we have tapped into the new modern technology, because we know that most people have telephones. So we developed a toll-free number, which is 6472. That toll-free number, anybody can call it from any part of the country to be able to access the services of the Commission. In addition, we have what we call Human Rights Dashboard. The Human Rights Dashboard is a mechanism we have used to be able to give information on the state of human rights across the country every month. And to be able to get the information, we have established what we call Human Rights Observatory. We have this Human Rights Observatory in all the 36 states. And this Human Rights Observatory is to make sure that they collate all cases of human rights violation in every state, every month, both those reported to us officially and those not reported to us, because we can handle any human rights violation that comes across us. Even if we hear on NTA or any television station that a human rights violation has been committed, we can take action. We don't have to wait until when it's reported to us.
Ms. Babagana Kaule, my question to the Executive Secretary, I can say my question is going to be sort of hydra-headed. First and foremost, we would like to know what collaborations, strategies has the Commission made with government agencies, private partners, civil society organizations to achieve the level of success they had in this region.
Exactly, because, you know, as a commission, we know that when there is conflict, human rights suffers. So we have been partnering with the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, because the conflict situation in the Northeast has led to a lot of displacement of people. Now we established what we call community protection action groups. These are members of the community that are working with the Commission, who live in these communities, who, because they are closer to the community, they can give us information as to possible triggers of conflict between displaced population and the inhabiting communities. And then we have what we call, referral committees. Now, the idea is when this community protection action group gets this information, we look at what are the challenges, what are the needs of these displaced persons. Their need may be they need legal support. If they need legal support, we refer them to the appropriate body like the Ministry of Justice. The need may be to do advocacy about a challenge. We link up with the media to bring out the problem to the fore. Maybe we can get a helper. So, and we cannot do it alone as the Human Rights Commission. We have to work with civil society. We have to work with the media. We have to work with other MDAs, but these are human rights issues. It's our duty to identify them, and then we do referrals, we follow up, we make sure that that human rights challenge is resolved.
My name is Afiniki Mangja. I will want to ask Executive Secretary, sir, what strategies have NHRC and what strategies are you putting together to make sure that security agencies, the military, know about human rights, and they also are going to be accountable for the protection of these people?
We identified that nobody prepared for insurgency in Nigeria. We just woke up one day and we are confronted with insurgency. So there were a lot of challenges. So we now felt that we needed to engage with the military to mainstream human rights into their operations. You will find out that we now started what we call human rights military dialogue. During this human rights military dialogue, we try to make the military understand that yes, the security, which is their main concern, is very, very important, but pursuing security without laying emphasis on human rights is counterproductive. And the military saw with us. First of all, we encourage them to establish human rights desks in all military formations. So if you go to the military now, you have human rights desks in the Nigerian Army, you have human rights desks in the Nigerian Navy, you have human rights desks in the Nigerian Air Force. In fact, the human rights desks are so advanced now that initially they were inside the Army headquarters. But because the human rights desks were supposed to listen to complaints from civilians, and they were maybe afraid of even entering the military headquarters to lay these complaints, the military authorities have advanced to the stage that they're even locating the human rights desks outside the military so that civilians can easily have access to them. After the human rights desks now, you even have the civil military unit now. It was as a result of engagement with the military, development from human rights desks to even having a full civil military department that is now looking into relations with civilians and how this can be smoothened to reduce conflict. Now, the Commission is also collaborating with the military with the support of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees to train military officers every year since 2013, 2014, 2015. We train military officers every year, especially those in the front lines. By the front lines, we mean those who are fighting Boko Haram in the northeast. The key states of Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa. So these officers are made to meet with officers of the Human Rights Commission, and we normally take about 3 days training on how to mainstream human rights into the operation.
My name is Nelson Owefaware. What steps are being taken to sensitize the average Nigerian on their human rights? And I particularly ask this one against the backdrop of the recent clampdown on journalists especially, and other Nigerians, of course, skit makers and all that, in recent times.
The issue of creation of awareness of human rights is something we hold very seriously about our work, because we know that a major step towards defending your right in life is even the knowledge that you have a right. If you don't know you have a right, somebody can be violating that right. You don't even know. You don't even know your right is being violated. So how do you even start seeking for help to get a remedy if you don't even know your right is being violated? So we don't joke with the issue of awareness creation. And this awareness creation, we use the media, we use the radio, we use the television. Now we have a journal which we publish every quarter, talking about our mandate to promote and protect human rights. We do we hold what we call seminars, we hold workshops, we train journalists, we train the military, we train lawyers, we train law enforcement agents, we train members of the civil society. We have a Human Rights Institute now. The Human Rights Institute is to train members of the public. And when you train people, you create awareness. We organize talk shows, we organize workshops. In the states, we are in all the 36 states. We do campaigns, we do road shows, road campaigns. At times you see us during International Human Rights Day. We take a walk along the street, we invite people, they follow us through. When we are doing 16 days of activism, we visit all strata of society. We do this in all the 36 states of the country. We visit the religious leaders to create awareness amongst them. We visit traditional institutions in the communities. We sensitize them and create awareness. We go to schools. We talk to school children. We talk to their teachers. We create awareness. We visit the House of Assembly. We visit the governor. We visit the governor's wife. We visit market women. Trying to create awareness about some of these issues. And this is reflecting in the number of complaints the Commission is receiving. As of today, there is no year within the last 5 years that we have received less than 2 million complaints a year. It is amazing. And like I said, we have what we call toll-free number. And that toll-free number is to encourage people, because at times people may have problems and they don't have the avenue to report. So we have a partnership with the National Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, and they gave us a toll-free number, 6472. Any Nigerian who has any human rights challenge, any human rights issue they want to complain about, they'll send it to that number.
My name is Prince Makake. I'm calling all the way from Bayelsa State. I would like to ask a clear policy direction of the Commission when it has to do with women, children, and people living with disabilities. I'd like you to elaborate on your possible policies that though you have.
Honestly, it is indeed a challenge, because the population of Nigerians who need assistance are so many. So we realize that if nothing is done about the vulnerable group, they can be forgotten easily. And you will agree with me that also when there is a conflict like the one we have, the vulnerable group suffers more, women and children. If they used to go and fetch water, they cannot go and fetch water again. If they used to go and fetch firewood, they cannot go again. If the children used to go to school by leg, unescorted, now their mother has to escort them to school because of insecurity. What we have done is to identify that these are vulnerable groups that need special support. In our complaint handling mechanism in the commission here, we have identified that we created a department for vulnerable groups. That's one. We also created a department for women and children. It is because of the recognition of the special circumstances of women and children and persons with disabilities, IDPs, refugees, persons living with HIV and AIDS, key population. We said, okay, we need to have a special department so that when their cases come, those people there are well trained to handle issues. It's not everybody that can handle issues concerning children. Like when domestic violence case comes, you need some special training to deal with that. If a case of rape is reported here now, the advice we may give you may not be what you would think. For instance, if somebody has suffered rape and comes to report to the Human Rights Commission, we're not going to tell you to go and take a shower. We're not going to tell you to throw away that dress that you were wearing when the person was raped. We will take you to hospital first. Because we know that in dealing with a case of rape, medical evidence is very, very important. And by the time the lady or the man goes to shower, very useful medical materials may be washed off, which may make it difficult to prove the case.
My name is Pastor Duduka Zacchaeus. I live in Akure, the state capital of Ondo State. The Executive Secretary, what reporting strategies has the National Human Rights Commission developed to document and publicize human rights violations? And how does the Commission ensure that its reports are accurate, unbiased, and accessible to the public?
We have what we call State of Human Rights reports. And of course, we also have our annual report. We also have a journal where we publish things concerning the Commission, and we have what we call the newsletter. The newsletter is published every quarter on current activities of the Commission and so on and so forth. And in developing this State of Human Rights report, we base it on the information that comes to the Commission officially as a result of our handling of complaints. We also interact with members of the civil society who are our partners, and then with it we have a clear picture. You can see that every month we do what we call the dashboard on State of Human Rights, and these are information collected from around the country, and that is how we get our information. We have an observatory, gather this information, and then we can now say, okay, this is the state of human rights in the country. We document it, and we use the media, we use our publications to make sure that we disseminate this information. But we go to a large extent to verify our complaints. That is why we have investigation departments. We have investigation officers who investigate these complaints to make sure that they are actually the situation, and that is how we try to verify our complaints.
Ambassador Adujutelegon Adesoji, Executive Secretary, what step has the National Human Rights Commission taken to incorporate international human rights norms and principles into its work?
Of course, the first thing we did was capacity building is very, very key, because knowledge is power. To have established in the Commission an international cooperations unit. What that unit does is to make sure that all international instruments are our obligations as a country regarding some of these international instruments, that those obligations are kept. We are reminded of those obligations. And also we carry out training for our staff on these international instruments, because the international instruments are soft laws which we also apply in our work. We have the Convention on the Rights of the Child. It was with the Convention on the Rights of the Child we now crafted the Child Rights Act. So the combination of the Convention on the Rights of the Child and Child Rights Act in doing any matter concerning children, we now combine the knowledge of these two. You realize the other time when children, as a result of the end-back governor, children were being prosecuted, we had to shout, because we said, no, that is not how it's supposed to be. When children commit offense, and children are people under the age of 18, when they commit offense, you don't take them to the formal courts. That's what they call family courts. And you don't stigmatize children, you don't criminalize them. You rather, instead of keeping them in prison, you take them to a juvenile center. Because a child can make a mistake, you must give that child a second chance. Children are not supposed to be in prison. So if we go there and we see children who are in prison, we will make a case that this is the wrong place for these children. You rather make them hardened. Because by that, okay, maybe Boko Haram people are being detained in that prison. That interaction can make them become radical. So these are some of the kind of things we are trying to do to make sure that we restore normalcy to the criminal justice system and reduce the number of human rights violations that are going on in the country.
Wait a minute. That is a steady progress coming from the horse's mouth, as the NHRC makes steady and significant gains in the provision of globally accepted rights provided in the Universal Declaration. The NHRC is being put to tests and is no doubt proving its mettle in ensuring protection of human rights in Nigeria. I'm Ayodeji Makinde. This is Reshaping Democracy. See you same time next week. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Leading Woman Show Policy Series. And today we're going to be talking about the art of policy making.
Good policy making can only be made with data.
We need our men to start speaking on women issues, to start speaking on representation of women.
We need to take deliberate steps to groom the next generation of leaders.
Men and women.
You have to use your position as a lawmaker, the position that you are in, to influence.
If we get it right with policies, if we get it right with legislation, if we get it right with implementation, and if we
welcome. This is NTA Tuesday Live. I'm Cyril Stover. The current inflationary trend and economic indicators further buttress the imperative of rebasing Nigeria's Consumer Price Index, CPI. Now, CPI is a statistical measure that tracks the weighted average of prices of a basket of goods and services consumed by households. It is a widely used indicator of inflation, which measures the rate of change in prices of goods and services over time in an economy. Now, the year-on-year percentage change in the CPI is referred to as the headline inflation rate, which is computed and reported monthly by the National Bureau of Statistics in Nigeria. Different indices make up the CPI framework, which includes the Urban and Rural National Index, Headline Index, Food Index, Core Index, all items, less farm produce index, farm produce, goods index, and services, and energy index. Now, tonight, NTA Tuesday Live will focus on Nigeria's rebased Consumer Price Index, the impact on the economy. But let's start off with another matter which will impact Nigeria's business environment. Now, a few days ago, the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, expressed security concerns that the visa on arrival policy is no longer effective and should be cancelled. Tonight, we have with us the Director General of the Presidential Enabling Business Environment, Princess Zara Mustafa Audu, to speak to that move by the Interior Minister. Thanks for being with us.
Good evening, sir. Thank you for having me.
Right. Now, you've been meeting with the Minister of Interior, and this is with the belief that this cancellation might somehow impact the country's efforts at ease of doing business. Now, can you take us through the concerns and clarify just exactly the Minister's stance on visa on arrival initiative?
So we understood over the weekend that there was conversation around the cancellation of the visa on arrival. I had a meeting with the minister earlier on today, and this was further clarified. There are no plans to cancel the visa on arrival, but what he's trying to do is upgrade the system. So basically, at the moment, what you do is you go online if you want to apply for a short stay visa. You go online, you apply, and then it becomes, the application gets sent into the immigration department, the office of the CG to be specific, and then it's a paper trail that goes so the CG approves your visa. But what the minister is looking to do is automate the entire process. So if you apply online, within 24 to 48 hours, you would get a response, whether it's positive or negative, and your visa will be sent to your email. This is definitely in line with what PEBEC supports, because we've been pushing for automation of our services, we've been pushing for transparency and efficiency. So obviously this allows us to be able to track the number of applications, how quickly visas are issued. So this is definitely in line with this administration's drive to promote business inflow into Nigeria.
All right. So because the next thing would be, now that you're talking of an upgrade, how would it impact Nigeria's business environment, and how would this help to attract more foreign investment in this?
To be honest with you, I think automation would lead to an easier visa processing process, right? And this in itself should obviously attract more people, because then it takes out all the bottlenecks of having to know somebody in immigration, having to send in applications, having applications just floating with no timeline, no definite timeline as to when you're going to get a response. What we had, yes, people typically were sending in their initial applications online, but like I said, it would get to the office, the immigration office, and then it would become a paper-based system whereby you had to manually move files from one office to the other. So I think this is definitely an improvement. We're not taking it for granted at PEBEC. We will continue to work very, very closely with the immigration and the Office of the Minister of Interior to make sure that this new system is adopted seamlessly, and we're able to benefit, the tangible wins which we're looking for with from this new policy. I think there was a bit of miscommunication as to people, I guess the general public, including myself, not fully understanding what the minister meant when he said a cancellation, because we were very quick to respond. One of the key things that we're pushing during this new President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is for consistency as it regards policies. Recently, we launched the regulatory impact analysis framework, which basically states how our ministries, departments, and MDAs can go about, implementing new reforms or policies. And, because of that, we responded very, very quickly just to check and make sure that this new plans for immigration aligned with those policies, and it was in line with what, some of the policies Mr. President is trying to promote in terms of making Nigeria an attractive business investment haven. And to be honest with you, I don't see anything wrong with what the minister is trying to do. I think this initiative should be supported. I think as stakeholders who are trying to promote, investment influence in Nigeria, we should take it upon ourselves also at PEBEC to educate the general public on what he's trying to do.
Okay, let's get to another, perhaps the core mandate of PEBEC this time around, and take us through recent steps by PEBEC, the government of Nigeria, to improve the business environment, especially in the midst of reports of companies shutting down and relocating. The first thing we would ask is what you're doing to attract more businesses to stay, just as others coming.
Well, to be honest with you, before I started at my role at PEBEC, I used to be an aide to the President on foreign direct investment. And one of the key things we had done at the Office of the Vice President was push the existing foreign direct investors roundtable. We've had 2 editions of that. We just had the 2nd edition in January, at the end of January. And basically what this does is it brings all our MDAs that affect our business environment together. It brings our existing foreign direct investors together, and we basically path or help understand their challenges and chat a way forward. So what we're trying to do is, again, make sure that our policies, are enabling businesses. We're also making sure that we're constantly checking in with the existing investors or existing businesses in Nigeria to make sure that, we understand the challenges from their point of view, and this helps us shape the policies moving forward. We've been very, very interactive. This is something that I've not seen done during any other administration. We've tried our best to interact with our businesses at the highest level, being the presidential level. The Vice President himself chaired the first existing foreign direct investors roundtable. The second one was chaired by the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment with the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President. We also had attendance of the CBN Governor. We had about 5 or 6 of our ministers there. We had 3 state governors. So we're taking our investors very, very seriously. It's very important that our policies are not just at the federal level, but they also trickle down into the subnational level, which is why, again, like I said, during the Foreign Direct Investors Roundtable, you had some of our subnationals present there to also pitch and also engage with investors, just to understand what the business climate is like firsthand. I think something to note with this administration is Mr. President has taken charge from the front. He has actively been the biggest driver or biggest campaigner for Nigeria and for trying to attract foreign investment into Nigeria, which is why we also don't take lightly our existing investors or the new investors we're trying to attract. Hence the need for a stable business environment, right? Which is PEBEC's, one of PEBEC's core mandates is to help, ensure that there's some level of stability as it regards to our policies. Our policies are business friendly, our services are efficient, there's a lot of transparency amongst agencies, etc. Another thing I wanted to touch on, because one of the key reasons why I came here was to discuss the visa on arrival. I have absolute trust in the Minister of Interior on his ability to fulfill his promises, simply because the track records are there. He did manage to clear the backlog of over 200 200 passport applications that were pending before he took office. He was able to automate the passport renewal service. So now you don't need to go into the passport office physically, but you can do most of it online and then just go at the very tail end to capture, and then your passport is out in a few days. He also facilitated the electronic gates at the airports. So I think this is just another step in the direction of improving our immigration services, and I think this should be embraced wholeheartedly. I want to also, more importantly, assure our foreign community that we will continue to watch this matter very closely, and we will continue to be responsive, not just to the foreign international businesses in Nigeria, but also local businesses. PEBEC is positioned to help, help ensure that our business environment is conducive for businesses.
It's a good thing you talk about the local business interests as well, because as they say, if local businesses are thriving, that itself is enough endorsement and an attraction for foreigners to come in. So what new incentives for the local business community?
Well, I know for a fact that very recently the Federal Executive Council approved some additional funds for the Bank of Industry, to support the Bank of Industry to be able to support our local businesses in Nigeria. I know within the renewable energy sector there have been many presidential policies that have been passed to enable the businesses within that sector thrive, and concessions as it regards to importation of parts for different models of renewable energy, whether it's within the transportation section or even within the power sector. So I know that there are a lot of incentives locally right now for our businesses. I know Smeden is going very aggressively with trying to help our MSMEs to grow. So there are 1,000,001 different opportunities out there. The government has different schemes going on with different agencies. It's just for our local businesses to plug into it. Another thing that is very interesting that our at the presidential level has been done recently is, I know during the trip when the Vice President went to Sweden, the trip when the President went to France, we were also able to take our local indigenous businesses and plug them into foreign businesses on the other end to try and see how we could stimulate growth. So the government is being very proactive in pushing our businesses and also trying to stabilize the economy and the business climate generally to enable businesses to flourish.
Well, back to the visa on arrival policy. Yes, you're upgrading and everything's going to get automated. Again, as we say, you think this is all foolproof? What might be some challenges you might envisage? It's just good all through.
So I wouldn't say it will be all smooth, but what I would say is we have to continuously try as a country to improve. And for me, I go based on facts and figures. I would just ask off the top of my head, is our visa and passport renewal service, has it improved since before this administration? I would say yes. I think most people would agree that yes, it's easier for us to get new passports or to renew our passports now. Is do we have to go online? Yes, that's true. So that's another tick right there. So these are actual, I think for this particular ministry, to be fair, he has a proven track record of delivering on his promises. So I would say let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's be as supportive as possible in pushing this, because this is in the best interest of Nigeria and Nigerians. And I'll be honest with you, if we can simplify as well as secure our borders, because we're not trying to open up Nigeria to, all manners of people, but I mean for the right kind of people who are coming in for investments, who are coming in for tourism, who are coming in for all the positive things that we would like to attract as a country. If we can make it as easy as possible for people to come into Nigeria, I think that would definitely be a plus. I mean, we saw how the new trend with December was, with loads of people coming in for tourism, coming in for social activities. For me, I think anything that promotes Nigeria, adds value, is definitely a plus. That was great for businesses, especially in Lagos. We're looking to see how, hopefully before December, we can expand this to other parts of Nigeria that also have very interesting tourism spots and locations. So definitely with this new visa, it's actually an electronic visa, which it's always been. It's just the difference was you would come to our borders physically and have like a sticker put on. And the minister made a very good argument for that. The cost of printing those stickers, we can save that money by sending emails. When you come, it's scanned, and yes, your visa is there, and you get a stamp and you come in. I think it's a more efficient way of processing visas, and I am absolutely in support of this new policy. It's not really a new policy. I look at it as like an upgrade of policies. Another thing that I want to re-emphasize is that we feel that Nigeria has some very great policies, and our problem is implementation. So at PEBEC, we won't really be supporting new policies, but we would be supporting an improvement on existing policies. Reason being, we've had enough of instability, new things, everybody coming with new ideas, everybody coming with, this is the way I want to do it. But we need to remember that government is continuous, regardless of administration. We should do things that can outlive us and our successors can carry on. Right, so it's important that we are also prepared to carry on policies and reforms that had been that predate our coming into office, because government is continuous. It's not a personal business. It shouldn't be about our personal. Yes, of course, when you come into office, you have your own style of doing things, and your style should be to improve on existing systems, but not necessarily to scrap and try and always begin something new. So we're going to be pushing for continuation as much as possible, and we're going to be pushing for improvement on existing policies, and of course automation, because we really believe automation will make our systems more efficient. Transparency will get rid of all the corruption and all the other extra bottlenecks involved in dealing with government as a whole.
All right, we'll have to leave it there for now, and we hope we'll ask you to come again some other time to speak in greater detail on the activities of PEBEC. We'd like to have you come in.
We would, honestly, we look forward to coming when we have a lot more to show. Like I said, I've only been in office since end of January, so it's been a short period of time, and I don't want to be in a hurry to be talking. I would rather come back when I have enough to show.
Yeah, but you were presidential aide before this.
Yes, and I do have a lot to show for that short period of time. So, yes, absolutely.
Right. All right, thank you so very much. Princess Zara Mustafa Audu, Director General, Presidential Enabling Business Environment. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Right.
Yes.
And now to our main business of tonight, which is, of course, the CPI. But before we get into that conversation, let's get to see this report put together by correspondent Muplang Dako.
It's not because of the rebasing that the inflation rate come down. It will still come down, but not the same way, because the old one will be comparing with 2009, and that's why you see that gap.
The National Bureau of Statistics recently updated Nigeria's inflation measurement by rebasing the Consumer Price Index to 2024, aligning it with current economic realities. As part of the exercise, the number of items in the consumer price basket increased from 740 to 934, providing a more detailed assessment of inflationary trends.
This increase was mainly driven by food and non-alcoholic beverages, restaurants and accommodation services, as well as transport.
A 50-kilogram bag of rice, which sold for 100,000 naira in December 2024, is now between 80,000 naira and 90,000 naira, up from 60,000 naira at the beginning of last year. While there has been a slight reduction in the prices of some staples like rice and vegetables, many commodities remain costly, raising uncertainty among Nigerians about the official inflation figures, as they do not seem to translate into real economic relief.
Well, we are happy that that inflation dropping
is by now on paper. It has not reflected to reality that we are seeing.
It's a good development. If this statistics is really what it is, like you said, I think we expect more, and I know that the government policies will make it happen.
I mean, giving palliative is not the issue. The issue is price control. The government should have a price control to control the price in the markets.
Check the rate at which people are indiscriminately increasing prices, because there are some things that are not even affected by this dollar increase, and yet before you go to the market today, something that you will buy for 100 naira, you come the next day or probably next 2, 3, 4 hours, it's 150, it's 200. So
economic analysts suggest tackling the high cost of production, transportation, and foreign exchange as crucial to slowing down inflation.
Agriculture is our mainstay in Nigeria, so we need to do more to make sure that it is mechanized and we have much more productivity by bringing more technology. Then another thing is our supply chain. I think we have major difficult issues in our supply chain. Remember, whatever what you have in the farm or whatever what you have, it must pass through the supply chain. And what are the components of this supply chain is the problem of transportation. And we're talking about transportation. We are expecting that by now, virtually all our trucks, all our commercial vehicles will be converted to CNG.
Given that the inflation rebasing now aligns with global best practices, it is expected that policymakers will use the updated data to adjust interest rates and direct policies and social interventions. In Abuja, Muplang Dakok.
Right, that report sets the tone for tonight's discussion. Let me introduce our guests. I'd like to welcome to this program Dr. Ayo Anthony, Head of Prices Division, NBS, that's the National Bureau of Statistics. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, good. We are also joined by Professor Ken Ife, no stranger to this program, consultant and development economist.
Thank you for having me.
Good to have you. And we are also joined tonight by Dr. Samson Galadima Simon, CEO, ARC Economics and Data Limited. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, this is one topic where we do hope a lot of people will be interested in, and as you know, it's the program gets interactive at some point. When it's that time, we'll remind you of the process and the procedure. For now, let's begin to look at the issues. Yes, Nigeria's rebased consumer price index, the impact on the economy. We tried as much as possible to break it down in the earlier introduction, but let's start from the very basics. And Dr. Ayo Anthony, we turn to you. Not many get the hang of it. Rebased consumer price index, understanding what rebasing is. What is this all about in simple, everyday language?
Okay. Thank you very much. Consumer price index, which we call CPI, is an index that tracks changes in prices of goods and services consumed by household. It excludes investment goods. Now, CPI, as I've defined it, is a relative index. Relative in the sense that you are comparing prices in a given period with a base period. Relativity. Not just a relative index, it's also weighted. Weighted in the sense that you capture the relative expenditure of household on an item in the computation of CPI. So these two things I mentioned now, the adjustment of the base year or the price reference period, and also the adjustment of the weight, which we call relative expenditure, is all called CPI rebasing. When I say price reference period, for example, now in MBS or in Nigeria, before the rebase CPI, we were comparing prices in 2024 to price in 2009, meaning that 2009 was our price reference period or the base year. So rebasing means that you bring the base year closer to the current period so that the price change will reflect the current economic reality. That is one. Also, the second aspect of rebasing is bringing the current consumption pattern of people on board in the computation of this price change. When I say consumption pattern of people, that's what we call weights, or we call relative expenditure. Before the rebasing in Nigeria, in current rebasing, our weights reference period was also 2009, meaning that we were using relative expenditure of items of 2009. And this weights we are talking about is dynamic. It changes with time. It's a function of income, it's a function of price change, it's a function of weather, it's a function of innovation. And all these variables I mentioned, they are highly volatile. They change with time. So rebasing is all about bringing the price reference period closer to the current period and bringing on board current consumption pattern. And also, if time permits, it also involves reviewing the methodology used in computing the index.
Well, in this case, the question of inflation will be thrown up pretty clearly, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Inflation is gotten from consumer price index. Without computing consumer price index, which is called CPI, you cannot get inflation rates. Consumer price index only measures changes in prices, but the rate at which price changes is called inflation, if it is a positive change. So after we have computed CPI, so inflation, from your headline, you said something. We have what we call headline inflation. The headline inflation has two dimensions, year-on-year or month-on-month. So when you are talking of year-on-year inflation, it's when you are comparing CPI of January 2025 to CPI of January 2024. That gives you year-on-year inflation rate. When you are comparing CPI of January 2025 with December 2024, the percentage changes in these two CPI give you month-on-month inflation rate.
There's always this argument in the public domain. Sometimes the figures that are churned out by relevant bodies and institutes and authorities like the Bureau of Statistics would seem sometimes at variance with the feelings and the thinking of the people. But in any case, we've also seen where those figures have at times been at variance with what an administration pushes out.
That's right. It does happen. But I think there's so many things to be admired in this particular exercise, because when you look at the new methodology that is being used, is so far away from what we have been, apart from the date component, the fact that this is 2009, this is 2000, the actual components, that the varieties of products that are used for this computation is about 934 in the new version of COICOP. COICOP is the classification of consumption based on purpose, compared to 740 varieties. Obviously, when you have a difference of almost 200, there are 200, either new additions or modified. So they are both more reflective of the reality of what we are experiencing. And then also the computational index being used and the way it's being used is no longer paper-based for the previous one. Imagine if you have thousands of people to interview to get information. Here is more digitized, which means it's real time. So the accuracy of these figures are now going to be upgraded by the new methodology being used. So I think there's something there. And then when we begin to interrogate the details, we will actually see even more things that have happened.
Well, we'll certainly do that. But let's come to Dr. Samson Simon, CEO of ARC Economics and Data Limited. And there's a thing they say about statistics and data. They can, at any point in time, swing to indicate just who's churning out those data. Because sometimes the figures come out and it tends to give the impression like, things are okay. While in reality, they may not base. And I mean, this is in terms of usage of data and statistics. For instance, you say inflation has slowed down for this period. While in the essence of it, the average person on the street is not interested in whether the rate of it has slowed down. He's asking, when will my 10 naira buy me the goods that it bought me 5 years ago? So.
Well, people are right to be concerned about the data, and even though the figures are showing that in December, headline inflation was 34.8%, and in January, it's showing 24.48%. The statistician general was very explicit. This does not mean that prices have come down. Right. It's just the method that has been changed. The base year has been changed. Instead of comparing prices now to 2009 prices, they are comparing prices with 2024 prices. And if you look at it, definitely because prices in 2009 were way lower than prices in 2024, so the difference now will be a little bit less. When we're comparing January 2025 with December 2024, is not going to be as volatile as much as when we're comparing with 2009. And mind you, globally, the ideal inflation rate is 2%. Global best practice is 2%. In Nigeria, we feel we cannot do 2%. We opted for 6 to 9%. And 24.48 is way higher than 6 to 9%. So we're still not yet out of the woods. So we're still in an environment where inflation is extremely high. It's not okay. If you look at food inflation in particular, it's always leading. And Nigeria, if you look at the food security index, Nigeria is the worst place on earth when it comes to affordability of food. When it comes to availability, we are one of the worst places. So it's not yet the whole. There's still a long way to go. So there's nothing there to celebrate that prices are better. Prices are not better. All of us go to the market and we know what we experience on a daily basis. Prices have not come down. These are just statistics on paper. The figures are better, but in reality, the figures are still the same.
All right, we have a number of reports. Let's get this one from Lagos as we continue with tonight's program.
The recent rebasing of the Consumer Price Index has had an immediate impact on headline inflation. Experts say this move is in tandem with global best practice, as the IMF and other international agencies recommend a 5-year rebasing period. This move, respondents are confident, will allow for a more impactful economic planning that can be easily reviewed.
You don't want to be comparing prices, current prices, with prices that are as old as 6 years ago or probably even more. So the closer the base year, the better and the more realistic is what you're measuring.
Economic experts who attributed the initial rise in figures to increase in price of food, transportation, and energy explained that there is still much to be done to sustain the gains of the rebasing for it to have positive impacts on the average Nigerian.
We simply have to produce more food, make more food available, and the prices affordable. For the prices to be affordable, we have to produce more, obviously. For the energy, there has to be a lot of lifestyle adjustment by people, and for industrial consumers, they have to consider cheaper alternative. There are alternatives which are already on the ground. CNG is a very good one that is being offered by the federal government.
The solution can be, one, is for the government to target what I call food security policy. If government invests a lot on the agricultural sector, then there will be improvement on the consumer price index. And another one is addressing the structural inflation, especially in the housing, transport, and energy costs, even including the healthcare.
With the base year adjustment, economic experts believe this move will boost investors' confidence in the nation's economy, which will attract foreign investments. In Lagos, Joel Bukwola.
And now let's see our next report, which is from Kaduna.
Everyday items are becoming more and more affordable. According to new consumer price index data, the CPI, which measures the average change in price of goods and services, fell from 34.80% in December 2024 to 24.48% in January 2025, following the rebasing.
As far as food commodities are concerned, that has reduced, but other commodities manufactured and imported are still high. Despite the fact that prices also, exchange rate has improved of the naira. So we expect in the long run, it will impact on the pockets of the individual, but that is different from what probably we will see immediately.
Yusuf Adamu and Christiana Nicholas, residents of Kaduna, are of the view that the decrease suggests a welcome easing of the cost of living for consumers.
Price of tomatoes has come down totally. The basket will not pass. The price of tomatoes will be 13,000, 14,000, 15,000, and now people are coming out and buying the tomatoes.
Pepper, everything have dropped down small. Before we cannot buy onions and we cannot buy tomato, but now it's better. In fact, everything is better now.
What will bring permanent relief is if inputs are made available, even if it's at subsidized rate to farmers. Perhaps with that they can produce at a lower price. In the long run, if we want to really bring solution, we have to find a way of supporting our farmers so that they can also produce competitively.
Professor Yusuf Ango says rebasing of Nigeria's consumer price index offers potential for improved economic policy making. He maintained that the success hinges not just on the numbers, but also on the effective use of this improved information to create better economic outcomes for all Nigerians. In Kaduna, Adamu Sunday.
All right, back here in the studio, let's get back to Dr. Ayo Anthony. And what are the likely implications of this rebased CPI on government policies, especially monetary and fiscal policies?
Okay, thank you. Before I respond to that question, let me make a correction because of people listening to us. It's wrong to say inflation reduced by 10% January compared to December. No. The two CPI are not the same. December CPI is based on 2009 base year, 2009 weight reference period, 740 varieties of products. The computational methodology is not the same. The classification is not the same. Classification of December was called 1999 version, which has 12 divisions. The current rebased CPI has 934 varieties of items. It's not just additional 200. Out of that 740 varieties of items, it was only about 300 that are retained. Meaning that we have about 500 varieties of new items in the basket. So it is wrong for people to say December 2024 CPI inflation was 34.8 and it reduced in January to 24. No, the two are not comparable. Comparability will start in February when we compute another inflation rate using the same methodology. That's the first thing. Now, what will be the benefit of economic agent in this rebased CPI? It's not just the inflation rate alone. That's what we call rate, consumption pattern. It shows investment direction. In the OCPI basket, food has about 50% weight. But now, the weight of food is only 40%. Meaning that what people are spending on food relatively, not absolutely, has come down. Meaning that there are more items in the basket that are competing with food. Health is very important. Transportation is also important. Information and technology is also important. If you look at the 13 divisions now, you will see that expenditures on health have increased, meaning that government should pay attention to that sector. Also, relative expenditure of household on education also increased with higher magnitude, meaning that people who are patronizing education higher than how it was in 2009, attention should be placed on it. Because when demand is on the sector, don't be surprised if supply is not increased, there will be deficit in the supply. So it's not just the inflation rate that policymakers should look into. The consumption pattern also is also a policy-informed decision that they can make. Now on the inflation rate, yes, the inflation rate we are computing now reflects current inflationary pressure, which will help the monetary authority to take good decision in the adjustment in the monetary policy instrument. You can see central bank now has kept all these parameters constant. That's a good decision because general inflation is not sufficient to take a decision. At least the inflation rate should be looked into first, second, or third month. Let's look at the trend before decision is being taken. Also, private sector or investors as well, they are interested in this new rebased CPI because the inflation we are computing now is not inflation with excessive lag past price changes. It shows the current price volatility. I can easily take decision to invest in Nigeria. I know the rate at which prices are fluctuating currently. So the risk of bringing my investment here, and when I'm taking it, the value will be eroded because the inflation figure is not definite. No, the inflation figure now is definite, accurate, and it meets global best practice.
Prof, another matter, I like to take things down to, as they say, to the man on the street. With all of this, there are more items in the basket, as he's just said, and so and he's saying there's about 300 or so,
300 old, about 500
new that have been brought into it. Again, when you watch the trend, now I want to zero in on households consumption, for instance. It's evident that in many households they've had to cut out certain goods and services. For instance, it's just said, what it shows is that while less money may have been spent on food, more is being spent on health. And another aspect, another way to look at it is it not possible that while even spending more on health, the drop in spending on food might not necessarily be to increase what is being spent on health, but as a result of having to cut out many, basic foods.
That's right, actually. And actually, one thing that I also noticed in relation to this is that even though in that number one, food and non-alcoholic beverages, which was weighted 50, that has now come down to 40. Actually, one of the things that was removed there is food consumed outside your home. So they now recognize food consumed outside your home as part of restaurants and accommodation services. Whether na mama puts or doesn't matter, Hilton Hotel, it is outside your home. So to a layman, you may think, oh, the food is spending, money is spending on food has gone down. When the classification has actually taken those ones out completely to go and increase the restaurants. But there were also things like what's it called again? The insurance and financial that were not even giving zero, but they now have to increase, And then even if you look at some of the technology services also that increase, look at the rate at which we are using mobile money, all that stuff. You don't go to bank anymore, and you are doing. So some of those have been picked up to increase their weight in the overall description and what have you.
Okay. Well, the last time Nigeria's consumer price index was rebased, as you said, was 2009. Why would it be so long before you do another? Are we expecting that 2025 now will wait perhaps till 2040?
It seems so, considering where we're coming from. 2009, 2024, 15 years. So using that, if
are extrapolating maybe until 2040, but the MB has made it abundantly clear that they should have done this way earlier than now. The global best practice, as proposed by United Nations Statistical Commission, is 5 years. And we should have been doing this every 5 years, change the weight every 5 years, the weight index, change the base price, the base year for the price, the base, the year for the weight. At present, for the weight is 2023, for the price is 2024, and I think I give them kudos because it's not really easy. It requires a lot of resources which they may not have access to, and this data is as robust as they come because it was not just done by MBS, the World Bank, the IMF, the Central Bank, the United Nations, all of them were co-opted. So it's very authoritative, and like you rightly mentioned, people should not get confused with the fact that inflation has come down by more than 10 percentage points. Inflation has not, prices have not come down. All of us are lived experiences. We know that prices have not come down. So it's just that we are comparing apples with oranges. So there's a big difference when it comes to that.
One thing I always worry about in terms of statistics and data collation, for instance, is the way that we do it in this part of the world, and where most people have a lot of misgivings about whether we're using authentic data. A point in cases, the question of population. All kinds of figures are flying around, 200 million, 250 million, you hardly know what to use in determining a lot of things, and this is a serious worry. Yes, there are attempts to have at least an accurate head count and know what Nigeria's population actually is. Now, do all of these have any impact on when you do this?
Yeah, thank you. That's what we call data integrity and data quality. It's just like what we call input-output analysis. If you want a good output, you have quality data. In MBS, we have quality checks before data will be used for analysis. For example, prices data that we use to compute inflation rate through CPI. We have enumerators across all the 36 states and FCT. Just like Prof said, before we were using paper to collect these prices, and we know the drawback of that mechanism method. But now we use CAPI device, using what we call survey CTO application. This survey CTO application, if I go to Wuse Market now to collect the prices of food items, as I'm collecting the price from the respondents, the price goes straight to the server with the information, geo information of the seller. So meaning that an enumerator cannot just sit in his or her house and begin to fill fake prices. Because if that is done, it will, if apart from that, the application has what we call price range. If the price you are inputting is outside the range, it will flag it. So those are some of the control measures we put in place to ensure that the prices we use to compute inflation reflect true market condition. Also for the rebased CPI, the expenditure data we got, we use for the rebasing, also follow the same due process. We cover over 22,000 households in Nigeria, not individual, 22,000 households. And this household were examined for 12 months, and data quality check was put in place to ensure that the expenditure we reported or we used to compute the relative expenditure weight is genuine, is qualitative and correct. So in terms of data, quality check are put in place to ensure that the data we use reflect what is happening in the economy.
Yeah, in terms of your question about the population, the accuracy of the population, this is statistics. You don't have to interview 220 million people. So whether there are 200 million or 230 million, it doesn't really matter. What happens is that they get statistical, they use, we have descriptive statistics and inferential statistics. So they use inferential statistics so that the integrity of the data is representative of the population. So there's a minimum number of data, and then the randomness of how it is collected, and then the other dimension that there is a geophysical dimension to it. So it is going to be very accurate. And there are even, I've asked the DG many questions about internal consistency of the set of questions they're asking. He assured me on that. I said, how about self-retest stability? He assured me of that. How about construct validity? He assured me of that. These are statistical techniques that we actually use to ensure integrity of the data that we are collecting and the randomness of it. It's not like everybody goes to market and gets the data. You could get it from restaurants, you can get it from so many different locations. And it's not everybody go out on Monday to go and collect. How about people who don't go to market on Monday? So it's randomized. And then eventually they follow a normal distribution that represents the population. So like election, you are collecting election, you don't get it from everybody. You get a sample, but they are well randomized that you get an accurate description.
Let me ask Dr. Anthony to explain this for us in terms of figures that we see from the NBS. For instance, talking about urban inflation, says at 26.09%, and rural inflation at 22.15. Why is this?
Okay, thank you. We all know that price is highly volatile in urban compared to rural because of the purchasing power. And apart from that, more people purchase more in urban than rural. Rural is more of subsistence economy. I have what I eat, I produce I get from the farm. So in terms of purchases, there are more purchases in urban compared to rural. So that is why inflation figure in urban is always more than rural. And it's another advantage to Nigerian CPI. Many countries don't produce CPI across sector. When I say sector, urban, rural. But in Nigeria, we know that people are living in structure, urban, rural, and the price movement in these two structures are not the same. So we need to bring this price movement on board in computation of the headline inflation. The headline inflation, which you call all-item index, is bringing together both urban and rural. Somebody said something in your report that inflation in Lagos can be 40%, then Enugu can be 30%. But the headline is not speaking to the two. The headline inflation is the average of all the states and all the sector. So you don't expect headline inflation to be equal to the same thing in Lagos and Imo. No. The headline inflation is the average price changes across all the 36 states and FCT. However, we have urban national, rural national. We still have state inflation.
Well, yes. In relation to urban and rural, there is the factor of transportation. The fact that you now have to transport that goods from rural, especially food, to urban area, that transportation cost exacerbates. Secondly, the consumption of the food in the rural area takes a different form. When it enters urban, there could be more value addition. Restaurants will cook them. So you have more things that happen to that also contribute to the differential that you see. When you come from the mobile phone, you get more intense use of it in the urban area because there's more service there and people, they understand, and young people keep drifting there where they can enjoy the service. Even energy, they consume them more because of their availability. And rural people just pay for energy they never get. So it's that kind of thing.
Well, I was going to say, when you look at all of this, looking at all the figures, in terms of comparing to periods before, well, we've put aside 2009, let's say, what is the trend that we see between between, for instance, 2023 and now. If you take these figures, well, of course, now we know that whatever you churned out in 2023 was arrived at on a different, so it might be difficult to put an answer to what, because I was going to say, what does it show? Does it show that there is a slowing of the economy or otherwise? But then again, that's the challenge of having
ask this question next month.
All right.
To get some positive
Let me say something on that as the price expert for the bureau. 24.4% inflation rates is not a small figure when you are comparing 2025 to 2024. It means that the inflationary pressure is still there. To refer to your question, the trend in 2020 to 2024, 2023 we have a lot of shocks. Fuel subsidy removal, exchange rate unification, and all those things are price influencing policies. And those policies are still in place. So the price movement, the trajectory of price movement in 2023 extended to 2024. So that is why after the rebase, we still have about, if you go to other countries, when they rebase, countries that don't have high inflationary pressure, you see come to maybe 10%, 7%. So this 24%, I want Nigerians to know, it's not that prices or inflationary pressure have come down. It's even relatively high when you are comparing to just a year difference. And you're having 24 points. The only thing that it shows. And another thing I want Nigerians to know is this. From your report, prices of food items have started coming down gradually. You could see when they say bag of rice, tomato, farm produce, especially farm produce, they are coming down. So don't be surprised. All things being equal, the inflationary pressure may start easing down over time. Because food has almost 40%.
Yes,
whatever happened to food has a greater multiplier effect on the inflation we are computing. So I can say the thing will start easing down, all things being equal.
Which hardly ever is the case. Because there are other pressures.
Yes.
Not the least energy, which takes away whatever savings you have.
Even health as well, transportation. And apart from that, our food produce in Nigeria is not just only farm produce. Manufactured food, imported food, their prices have not subsided. They are still on the high side. So people are saying because farm produce is coming down, so the inflation may lie. No.
You still have processed food
have import elements. And you know that exchange rate is still relatively on the high side.
Yeah.
So that is
a lot of rural folks will tell you they got little or nothing to do with imported processed food, because even what used to be the middle class that had a taste for that is almost totally gone now. And there's been, most importantly, a change in consumption patterns.
Without doubt. You asked one question about monetary policy implication. I had so many debates just before the MPC sat, and I did recognize that one of the reasons that was driving the tightening and hiking of the monetary policy rate was the perceived difference. We were on negative real interest rate, which is one of the ECOWAS macroeconomic convergence criteria. If your inflation is higher than the interest rate, then the bank is likely to keep going up until it meets, because you are on negative interest rate. But now that the statistics have suggested that it is 24.4%, is now below the 27.5% of the monetary policy rate. So it's difficult now. It's difficult to convince people why you should go up when there's an inflection. in that, so they have to now stay steady, but not come down for a little while, because there's so many things happening externally. You don't know what will happen next month with Donald Trump and all his oil policy and all that stuff. So it was important to just hold and see what happens. Just give it a month or two to see which direction to go. There was a very important from that it actually arrested the sharp rises in the monetary policy rate. And then, of course, the banking sector will adjust to, and all other things that are monetary will take a cue from holding the rates. And investment is still coming. Foreign portfolio investment is still coming. But also the treasury bills dropped from 22.8% down to 18%. Again, that is a benefit that we have seen. It has forced things to start, the steam is coming off.
The change, can I say something?
Yes, please.
The change in the consumption pattern is one of the reasons for rebasing, because the consumption habits of Nigerians in 2009 and our consumption habits now are not the same. And the rebasing has captured this. And if you look at, for example, even in the weight, the more important a particular item is becoming, the more weight is being attached. For example, education and then healthcare, they have the weightage have almost they have doubled. And then if you look at ICT, communication, information and communication, it has multiplied maybe times 5. And all of us will agree that between 2009 and 2024, a lot of things have happened, and the way we consume ICT is not the same now when compared to 2009. So basically, that is the essence of the rebasing, to capture these changes in consumption, to update the items. We were talking about 740, we're doing 934 now, and not just adding almost 200, we change some of the items in the 740, and even the weight of the item. So a lot of things have happened, and even the economic trends have changed, and all these have largely been captured by the base CPI.
Now, this one will take a short break. When we return, there will be more on the CPI, and of course the phone lines hopefully will be open, which means you can join in the conversation in the studio. So stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
Sahara, we rise in the land of the free, we know they tire. We dream great, our spirit is undying.
Resilient, rooted like mountain, we swear to God, we stand down in the ground, we make solutions, we make passion, yeah. We have more than the solution. We are Nigeria. We are Nigeria. Strength and unity. We want to carry lives. We are Nigeria. We are Nigeria. Together live the dream of a land with their destiny. We are Nigeria.
I am the real Nigerian. Brought to you by the National Orientation Agency, NOA.
The federal government of Nigeria warns vandals of national assets, electricity transmission towers, cables, and other facilities to desist from this act of sabotage. Vandalism is a serious crime punishable under the law. Vandalizing electrical equipment will affect millions of Nigerians, including your loved ones. Remember that national assets belong to all of us, hence the need to protect them. Report all cases of suspicious movement around electrical facilities to security agencies. When you see something, say something. This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation in collaboration with the National Counter-Terrorism Center, NCTC, Office of the National Security Advisor.
Tuesday Live, a network issue-oriented innovation talk show.
Thanks for staying with us. This segment, as we said, the phone lines will be open. You can join in the conversation. The numbers to call will be on your screen. We always encourage you every Tuesday, if you're calling in and your call gets through to the studio, do us a favor, turn down the volume of your TV set. That's the way to avoid the holdback or the echo. And we also encourage you to go straight to the point. Keep it short and simple so others can also get on the platform. Importantly, too, don't bother too much about the greetings. Just a simple hello would do. Right, we start off with another of our reports. This one is from Oka.
Rebasing of Nigerians' consumer price index is a crucial step towards enhancing the accuracy and effectiveness of economic policy making. By providing a more reliable measures of inflation, policymakers can now make better informed decisions, address inflationary pressures, and promote sustainable economic growth. Ultimately, this new framework holds the potential to drive positive change and strengthen Nigerians' position in the global economy.
Economic improve or economic growth. There are two factors that is at play: monetary policy and fiscal policy. The monetary policy is sitting with the CBN, vis-a-vis with the fiscal policy sitting with the government in power, which is largely the policy of the government in power. These are the two things that have direct impact on the economy. The two work pari passu.
It's obvious that it will help the inflation statistics. Imagine before the rebasing, the inflation rate is over 35%, which depicts Nigeria as economic poverty capital of the world. With the current exchange rate compared with that of 2024 rates, it is less than 10% and makes economic policies easier to manage than when it was at a runaway inflation statistics.
A section of people in Oka metropolis say the actual cost of living remains high and disposable income are shrinking, noting that the factors accredited to the decrease of some commodities is as a result of some government policies.
Also helps in the sense that the area where those commodities, which we, the final consumers, consume, and that government has that area based on bringing providing more security to them, encouraging the farmers to go back to farm and cultivate their goods, and it helps in large production of.
Price of fuel comes down. Things in the market will come down, but now some are still the same, while some of it is still increasing in the market.
The base of the consumer price index was done 14 years ago. Stakeholders are optimistic that it will improve the economy and reduce inflation in the country. In Oka, Onome, Okadibo.
All right, back in the studio, I think it was Dr. Samson Simon who talked about more production, particularly in the area of food, which for him would be this is the only way to counter the question of inflation, food inflation, for instance, and you canvassed more production. Yes, there is an improvement in the environment as to encourage more agricultural production. But again, the whole issue is that while one measure helps to improve a situation, you find that there are other subsistent factors which seem to take away whatever gains you have made in one area. Correct. And it begins to make it extremely difficult. For instance, people would farm more produce. We have talked about the use of electronic banking systems. Everything now, you don't have to go too far away, and you can, use of ICT, especially in financial transactions. But those rates have gone up again, which might further discourage people from using them.
Technology and others, yes.
The overarching problem, the overarching driver of inflation still remains food. I know the government has put in a lot of efforts. Sadly, we are still nowhere out of the woods. If you look at food inflation is still higher than the headline, is still higher than the core. And one reason for that is because of our mechanization. If you look at our tractorization, our horsepower per hectare is one of the worst. And it's not just about throwing money at the problem. We have tried that with Uncle Borrower's scheme and so on. We have not actually seen results. So there's a need for us to be intentional about everything. According to the World Economic Forum, Nigeria is the worst when it comes to the percentage of the income that is being used for food, and almost 60% of the income being used for feeding. There's no place on earth where it's that high. So that means we need to give agriculture the importance it deserves. If you look at the last budget, we're talking about 800 billion for agriculture in a budget of 55 trillion. If you look at the Maputo declaration, it says at least 10%. And if we are the worst on earth when it comes to affordability of food, that means we have to give it all the importance. And like I said, I'm beginning to sound like a broken record. Some people mistake this to mean throwing money at the problem. We will never have results. We have to be intentional about every single time that is being spent on agriculture. It's about improved breeds. It's about better farming, land tenure system. It's about engaging able-bodied people. And it's not about asking all Nigerians to go to the farm. There is no country on earth that has become food secure because 70% of the population is engaged in agriculture. So we need to move away from using crude tools like hoes and cutlasses. For a country of over 200 million people, we can never get to feed ourselves. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I think the government needs to wake up to its responsibility. And I'm not saying the government alone. There's a need for enabling environment for private investors too, for everybody to all hands to be on deck to get the desired results, because the extent of the food insecurity in Nigeria is very scary. And some of us are alarmed that we may not be giving it the importance it deserves. We know that's not the only problem, like you rightly mentioned. Transportation is also an issue. We're talking about power. We're talking about many other things. All of them are important. But, food is the most basic thing. And when we cannot afford it, it is a big indictment for us as a nation. That means we have not even gotten the basics. There's a lot of work that needs to be done there.
I think we probably have our first caller on the line from Jos. Hello?
Yes, Hussein from Jos.
Yes, Hussein, go ahead.
Good evening. Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello, Mr. Cyril, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Hussein.
Yes, yeah. You see, the issue of the price of foodstuff in the market. If you can remember last year, by this time, the situation in the country is that during the harvest time, usually we experience a low price in terms of food items. By this time last year, all things being equal, the food of a measure of corn was about 350 naira or thereabout. A measure of a rice, which is the local one, was about 500 naira, 500 and above. But this year, you can see that even at this moment, it's still 600 naira. And what I want to say is this: we should not celebrate this yet. And once if the price is as low as it is during this particular harvest season, by the time we get to the planting season, that is when the price of soy foodstuffs skyrocketed. So I think we should wait a little bit. That's my suggestion. The issue of food insecurity, you see some of those foods, there are places that are farming seriously. You see places like Adamawa, you see places like Taraba State, and part of Plateau and Benue. Some of these people, we farm a lot. There are a lot of food there. And I'm still surprised that we don't have enough in the country. Why? Because some of these people between our borders, they will come right away from Mali, Niger, Chad, and other places to come and pack the food here that we are buying, we are selling, and they will take it away. If you look at the currency now, even the Benin Republic currency now is even better than our Naira. Therefore, they can come and buy it at any cost and take it away. So we should work on our border. We have to do something about our food stuff. So that's my contribution.
Right. Thank you very much, Hussaini.
That's it, fine.
Well, Prof, you want to respond to that?
I do recognize the challenges we have with food insecurity, but we also need to accept that there are some measurable increase in resources that are being deployed. It was 400,000 metric tons of fertilizer. Now it's 1.2 million metric tons of fertilizer that was distributed free. Yesterday, I accompanied the Minister of Agriculture to National Seed Council, where 2,000 tractors were all laying there, and the plan was by next month they will release those 2,000 tractors from Belarus. And of course, they have another arrangement that is coming on from John Deere. And they also accompanied the minister again to Ekiti somewhere with them to see one company harvesting 2,000 hectares of cassava. And there are action being taken, but that does not mean that is in whole yet. It of course is not. But I have one thing to add. I discuss this CPI every time it comes out, every week, every month. And one of the challenges we have is being able to pigeonhole the role of energy and which kind of food. Is it imported food? Is it the food? So when you do core inflation is all indices minus the energy and the food.
Farm produce.
And their food. Okay. The way you look at them, you also see imported food in the food basket and also in the core. But now they have actually dissociated it. You couldn't even say what energy, exactly what role energy plays. Now you've removed the energy, you cannot pinpoint any issue around the energy, whether it's renewable or that. You can descend to that depth to say, yeah, this is what energy is doing to transport, this is what energy is doing to household. Then you come to imported food. They all have different indices now, and it's so easy now to narrow. Even services has an index. Goods have an index. It's so easy now to pinpoint accurately where the trouble is, and then we can direct policy to that to deal with it.
Okay, we have Umar on the line, if he's still there, from Birnin Kebbi.
Hello.
Right, Umar Anache, go ahead. Good evening.
Umar Anache, calling from Birnin Kebbi.
Yes, go ahead.
You see, this price of food, they say, is reducing. It is quite okay reducing if you compare it with the last 2 months when the price is high. Now the price is reducing. But what makes it reduced? I think food available in the market is not food affordable on the table. There are two different things there, affordability and availability in the market. The civil servant, for example, they said they had minimum wage of about 70,000. But I'm a federal civil servant. I cannot tell you that minimum wage is implemented. That is the reducing, the purchasing power in the hands of people is reduced and is reducing. So if government want to, change the price of things, they should increase the purchasing power in the hands of people. Equally, the government should reduce the cost of energy, the cost of transportation, and the cost of telecom, all accumulated together, make any reduction in terms of food reduction useless. May God continue to bless our country. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Yes. Well,
the purchasing power being eroded is largely due to a high inflationary rate. High inflation erodes purchasing power, and your capacity to buy things is completely gone. And despite the increase in minimum wage, if you adjust for inflation, you adjust for exchange rate, you realize that you are far worse off despite that. And mainly because the value of the naira has come down. If you look at it before this administration came on board, the official exchange rate was less than 500. We're talking about 1,500 now. So it's way cheaper for us to export because the naira has come down in value. It's cheaper to export than for us to import. And sadly, even for the food that we don't have enough, the farmers who prefer to sell to those other neighboring countries, they tend to make more money that way than actually selling to Nigerians. And that's actually compounding our food security problem. So there's a need to fix the economy. A lot of things need to be done. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Okay. Well, just keep the calls coming through. Try to get another call in here. Well, again, the question of the indices which led to this rebasing and what it portends, what it actually tells, is how we started off in the first place by saying, for the public, for the general public, the first thing is that, yes, we may well be seeing these figures, and like you've explained, it doesn't mean that we're out of the woods. The other aspect which a caller talked about, and which that Simon has just also mentioned, the fact that what Adachi said, affordability is not the same as availability. And it's been identified that people from the neighboring countries come and ship out these food items. The individual farmer thinks about prosperity. He needs to make more for himself. And it's easier to sell to one who's willing to pay more than here. See? But let's take this call from Nladi from Lagos, and then we'll return to you to comment on that. Hello. Do we have Nladi on the line?
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening. Go on.
Yeah. Today I want to talk about one of your man mentioned concerning the education that is going high as well. And if you look at that area, government needs to do something about the public school. Because the private school is really going high every day and day, every 10%. And if government is doing something serious about public school, then it will collapse the private school. It's too high. It's because government is not doing anything about the public school. And that's why the private school continues to do overdue. Please, they need to do something in that area. If public school is functioning well with good teachers, good classroom, and reduce the number of students in the classroom instead of having up to 100 in the classroom, have like the same thing that the private schools are doing. So the citizens will take their students from the private school back to public school. And somebody will come to be a governor while his children are not going to public school. Somebody will come to be a minister of education while his children are abroad schooling. Somebody will come to be a president of Nigeria while his children or his children have never taken integrated school in Nigeria before. How would that work? Investing funds price for how long? Because if their children are there, all this will not happen. So they need to look at that really as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's my contribution.
Okay, we'll just relate this to the question of the CPI and what it's showing us. We've talked about health and how the trend is more expenditures going on in health. Now he's brought in education. We see how is that reflected in the figures we're seeing now? More going to education or less?
Okay. Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Now, I used to say this in any forum I found myself about inflation in Nigeria. Inflation in Nigeria is not a demand side issue. Inflation in Nigeria is a supply side factor. Look at the caller from, is it KB? Yes. Said border. It's a supply side factor. Not that the food in Nigeria being produced is not enough, but there's a diversion. What is the interest? Profit. Does it mean they sell the food in Nigeria, they will not make the expected profits? The answer maybe is no. That's why they are diverting it to another country where their interest can be maximized. Maybe because of the exchange rate or the value of naira is a factor. That's what I will say about that, because if government doesn't know the cause of inflation, in economics theory, the cause of inflation determines the solution to the inflation. Yeah. Before you can know the solution to an inflation, you must know the cause of that inflation. Is it a cost push inflation? Is it a demand pull inflation? Is it a structural inflation? Is it inflation that is caused by excess money? That's why anytime monetary authority in Nigeria adjusts all these monetary policy rates, I used to say inflation in Nigeria may not be a monetary phenomenon. Yeah, it's not the issue of excess money chasing few goods. It's the supply, inadequate supply of goods compared to the demand. Now, the person from Lagos, I said it earlier, the consumption pattern we got from the 2023 Nigeria Living Standard Survey and 2024 Survey of Rare Item gave us the new consumption pattern. From that consumption pattern, policymakers have a lot to do. As I said, health increased by more than 100%. Meaning that a lot of money is being spent on health. Meaning that people have health challenges. The sector needs to be visited. Education is highly inelastic now. That's why you see, even if the private school is 100% increase, people will still patronize because we know the importance of education. Another sector that is very important that has greater weight is what we call restaurant and accommodation. The rates before the rebase was about 1.2, but now it's about 12.5. Look at the huge gap. Why? Meal away from home was initially in Division 1. Average workers or non-worker eats outside their homes, and expenditure on this has also increased astronomically. Why? Price of food in the buka or restaurant or all these structured food seller have increased. So meaning that sector needs to be focused on as well. Another thing in that division that made that division to increase is accommodation. Accommodation is not just living in a hotel. The accommodation we are talking about include accommodation of our students in school, hostel, from primary school to university. These two changes made that division to spark up like that. Many of our students today, they pay a lot of money on accommodation. Maybe that government should pay attention to that as well. How are our students vying in school? How is their living condition in school? That sector needs to be also visited. As I said, people should not just focus on 24%. The consumption pattern also have a lot of information for governments, for household, and for investors.
Okay. Let's get this other call from Uyo. Philip is calling in. Hello, Philip. Philip, are you there?
Hello?
Hello, Philip from Uyo.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm hearing you.
Yes, go right ahead, Philip.
What I'm suggesting is that one, if there's any increase in salary, they should not be publishing. Hello?
Go ahead, Philip. Are you still there, Philip?
They should not be publishing in the network. When they're publishing network, I'm hearing you.
Yes, yeah, we're listening to you.
Then they will increase the business, they will increase the businesses.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Philip. He ties the announcement of wages to inflationary trend, but there are lots of people who have debunked that and said, look, there are sectors in the Nigerian economy that are paid out huge sums. That hasn't affected it. I mean, take for instance, a lot of money goes around in politics. That has not affected. So how?
Absolutely. I need to tackle one issue about inflation. What we have in Nigeria is called stagflation, and that is the most complicated form of inflation. And all the inflationary factors are active in Nigeria. We have demand-pull inflation, and because 33 trillion was printed, and that money has nothing to do with productivity, and so you are actually paying inflation tax for having that huge sums that are being sucked away. We have structural inflation because you have energy prices jumping up, you have electricity going up, you have transportation costs in consequence going up. So all the input manufacturers need and consume have gone up. That is cost push inflation. You have imported inflation because we are still, our appetite to import has not abated. We are still an import-dependent economy with a forex that you've seen how it is playing out, is imported inflation. And then the last one my colleague keeps on talking about is what I call cross-border demand pull inflation. What it is that 10 years ago, I'm from ECOWAS Commission. We usually carry our naira to all parts of ECOWAS, and 1 naira buys 3 francs CFA. But now, 1 naira buys you 0.7, which means 80% devaluation of the money of naira compared to the. If they have this kind of devaluation, that Nigerian things are 8 times cheaper, why would they don't need to go to farm anymore. They just buy your food, dry it, and export it. It's cheaper for them. And even if you double the price of that food, they will still buy it because it's like being 40% cheaper instead of 80% cheaper. But Nigerians cannot afford our food at those 7 frontier states because the moment to add transportation costs and bad road, taking you 3 days to bring it down to the south, the price will be out of this world. How can you stop it? There's nothing we can do except to focus on producing more and processing at world level. Because ECOWAS Treaty says free movement of goods, and we're signatory to the treaty. We're even the chairman of the ECOWAS. We couldn't do that.
Can I ask, inflation, according to Milton Friedman, arguably the greatest monetary economist, inflation is always monetary in nature. Of course, structural factors and other factors exacerbate that. But if you look at it critically, like what happened in 2024, the central bank was very hawkish in its stance and aggressively hiking interest rates, but there was a disconnect because the more they were hiking rates, the more money supply was climbing. So there is a disconnect somewhere. And some of us feel this because the fiscal side and the monetary side are working at cross purposes. They are not actually synergizing because no matter how aggressively you pursue contractionary monetary policy, if the fiscal side is expansionary, they will cancel it eventually. So there's a disconnect. And the monetary factor is there because money supply reached unprecedented levels last year. So that is fueling inflation, apart from the structural factors.
All right, we have Abdullahi from Bauchi on the line. Abdullahi, hello. Yes, go ahead.
What I want to say is, actually, we are observing a change in price. I can see some prices and some, especially foodstuff, are slightly coming down. It's the point all the contrary.
Oh dear. Abdullah, are you still there? Well, I think we must have lost that call. Well, we can encourage you to call back. Perhaps the connections would be better then. I think that that call was interrupted. Somehow we lost the call, but not to worry, Abdullah, you may still call back. There's still enough time for you to call back and hopefully get through so we can get your contribution on that. Well, back here in the studio, again, we go back to the issue of inflation measurement and economic planning. From what you've said so far, the authorities should be looking at the figures that are coming out and determine where they should focus on in terms of the interventions that could ameliorate the dire situations that Nigerians are in currently. But it's always been the function of governments, hasn't it, that you do this, and it's with an eye to improve the lot of the people. But there are some who say Nigeria's situation defies all known theories and concepts, and therefore we may need to look somewhere else or somehow inwards or some other way to be able to get things running. What do you say about that?
Well, I mean, that's what I explained to you, that stagflation is just a very complicated one. You can't predict. If anybody tells you, oh, stop this no supply, it won't do it. There are 4 different ones, and they're all running across purposes. But I'll tell you one thing that can help. Rail line was a very unifying factor in Nigerian economy before all this breakdown. If you rail is the most economical, most effective way of transporting heavy goods, produce long distances. And because you don't have functional rail moving up down the country, the cost of transporting food and many things looks intractable. I tell you, if you look at one rail line that will have 30 coaches and each coach can have 30 tons, multiply it by 30 is 1,000 tons. It moved in 2 hours or 3 hours from one end to the other. Count how many lorries and trucks, how many trailers will carry that to go through which road, for how many days. The goods would have perished by the time they get from Sokoto to Port Harcourt. And then with all the stoppages and the goods are bad. That is so difficult to manage until we get our act together on rail lines.
All right? Yes. Okay, thank you. Now, I want to come back to inflation in Nigeria. I said something earlier. From what you said, it seems as if most economic theories are not working in Nigeria. That's what I call theory adaptation and theory adaptation. You bring it, where the theory is formulated is full of assumptions around theories and the environment also. Where you are bringing a theory to Nigeria, we don't just adopt the theory, it needs to be adapted. Adaptation means, in the course of implementing what the theory says, consider your peculiarity. And that has been the problem. The peculiarity, for example, now economic theory says, if inflation is on the high side and is caused by excess money, increase the monetary policy rate. We have increased monetary policy rate in Nigeria. What happened? I do tell people, monetary policy will work in an environment where the financial system is formal and well structured. That is where monetary policy will work. Look at Nigeria, there are a lot of informal financial services going on. My people are saying 22 trillion money supply. Where is that money supply? Is that money chasing few goods available, or the money is stuck somewhere? The money that is in circulation is the one monetary policy will mop up. But the money that is not in circulation, that is kept in the sock away, that is kept somewhere, monetary policy cannot bring it out. Money that is not in a structured financial system cannot be mopped up by monetary policy. Meaning that in the course of using monetary policy to control inflation in Nigeria, we must consider the environment. The money that is not in structured financial institution, maybe all this Isusu, informal something, they cannot be affected by monetary policy. Monetary policy can only affect money that is in commercial bank, merchant bank, all this formal structured financial institution. But an environment where there are a lot of money in the economy that is not in the structured financial institution, how can monetary policy affect that one? That is what I want to say. And before you can control inflation using monetary policy, as I've said, what is the cause of that inflation? I am the compiler of the figure. I don't need to be talking about what is causing it, what is the solution. But I want to talk about this is the figure compiled, these are the reasons why the figure is going up, these are the reasons why the figure is coming down. But I'm talking as an economist now. I'm not talking as an MBS, sir. As an economist, this is my own opinion about inflation in Nigeria. If you want to bring inflation down, what are the causes? The causes determine the solution. Not just increasing monetary policy rate, increase cash reserve ratio, increase liquidity rate. All those increments and adjustments, have they abated inflation in Nigeria? Meaning, something is wrong. Another problem with monetary policy is this, is full of lag. Yes, inside lag and outside lag. Before you say you want to use monetary policy to affect a macroeconomic variable, time is a factor. And monetary policy does not affect economic variable directly. It affects indirectly. It's fiscal policy that affects target economic variable directly. So that's why fiscal policy at times looks more relatively efficient compared to monetary policy. Thank you.
Right. Well, yes. Okay. Well, we still expect one or two more callers to come in on the matter and devising an appropriate method of tackling these challenges. Well, we've just had Dr. Ayo Anthony. Let's hear you on this as well. All the theories don't seem to be working. When we can easily point to other climes where these theories are working. So what is it? What is it the Nigerian climb that rebuffs almost all attempts? And easily you can see the words, those things that are affecting the rate of inflation and all that. We talked about power. Someone made mention of that. Now, despite all efforts that have been thrown in, the challenges seem intractable. If it's about investment in the sector, if that is being addressed, then you have the question of vandalism. That one too goes on. And all kinds of other things as well.
Well, a lot of things are responsible, but sometimes too, we live in denial in the sense, like Prof mentioned, the abuse of reason means we know that the monetary reason for inflation is everly there, and you know that when we increase the money supply, that definitely fuels inflation, and then you go up ahead to print tens of trillions of naira to give to the authorities to spend in not so productive way, and then the law states that you should not exceed a certain limit. You just didn't consider that, you understand, and we're still feeling the impact of that, because you just imagine printing tens of trillions of naira and then pouring into the economy. And monetary policy has long and variable impact. We might not have seen the impact immediately when the trillions were being pumped, but up to tomorrow, we're still recovering from that. And up to tomorrow, this money has not been paid back because it was securitized when it shouldn't even be securitized. So that's one of the reasons. And then, the Ukrainian will also compounded that problem. So we need to really face the realities and try to be honest about getting solutions instead of pretending as if problems are not there when they're clearly there, and some of them are self-inflicted, like printing trillions, tens of trillions, and pumping them into the economy without caring about the consequences of such an action. And that's basic economic theory.
Yeah,
so we have to tell ourselves the truth.
And also, GDP was growing at about 3%. Money supply was growing at 13%, 10% more than the normal growth in the economy. That is money supply. And then also over 80% of that money that is in circulation are not in the banking system.
Okay.
So that affects the transmissibility of monetary policy.
Well, let's try and get this call in from Matthew, who's calling in from Abuja. Hello, Matthew, if you're there, go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Matthew, if you're there, go ahead, please.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, if that's Matthew, go on with your question or comment.
Hello? Okay, I can just hear you. I want to comment on one thing. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, I want to comment on one thing, one issue.
Go ahead.
Yes, concerning our market. The market of people in Nigeria. Yes, that's the most important thing. When we behave, they will treat each other. Hello?
Yes, Matthew.
That's the major problem.
Oh dear. I'm afraid you keep pausing in the middle of your sentences. That makes it extremely difficult for us to get the idea of what exactly you're saying. You want to go through that one more time so we can get you? All right. Well, unfortunately, we couldn't get there. Get a lot from that. But as we prepare to wind down on this, let's go back to this one more time. All along, the question of rebasing had to do with the economy generally, and how Nigerians felt at the time the Nigerian economy was rebased, and then the country ended up being the largest economy in the continent. Now, there are Nigerians who have asked for a similar thing, not just the consumer price index, to tell us exactly where the country is at this time. Is it still the largest economy in Africa? You want to say it's been overtaken? Yes, probably.
Look, I keep saying, look, Nigeria's GDP, the official GDP, is dependent on, if you look at the magnitude of, like this one that they did now, they announced today, our GDP is, for this quarter, is 78 trillion. So say like 78 trillion multiplied by about 4, if you hold some for 4 quarters, that should be about 300 and something trillion. But you have to divide this by the exchange rate. The moment you have to divide with the exchange rate, what used to be 500 billion comes down to 200 billion. Then it may go up to 220, then it comes down to 2. That's what is going to be swinging. But the GDP of purchasing power parity was still #1 in Africa. It was $1.28 trillion. And that is based on a international price of value of dollar. that may sometimes coincide, or may be lower, may be higher, but it shows an accurate description of the size of this economy. As the dollar, as the naira value keeps on going up, the naira value of our GDP has not come down. It's been going up constantly over the years, going up. Is this one, that mess caused by forex rate, that is making us look like a joke? But in terms of our purchasing power parity, is over $1.28 trillion. So those who really want to invest in the economy know that whatever this figure tells us, the real thing we know that 200 and something million Nigerians are having so many chewing gums, are having so many, they know, and they will invest their money in your country. Not this thing that bounces up and down.
Okay. When President Tinubu said he wants Nigeria to be a $1 trillion economy, he's basically talking about nominal GDP. And nominally, our economy has technically crashed because of the fall in the value of the naira. We went from almost 400 billion to, there was a time it was reported less than 200 billion. So we have actually gone back and we're first in nominal terms. But like Prof mentioned, in terms of PPP, purchasing power parity, our economy is more than $1 trillion economy. And that's because what that $1 can buy here and what $1 can buy in America, they're not the same. With $1, maybe can buy more things here in Nigeria than what $1 can buy in America. And that's why the PPP value of our GDP is more than $1 trillion. But nominal values are what the values that you see as given without making adjustments for either inflation or exchange rates or whatever. So basically we're not really doing well when it comes to that, because our per capita has also gone down to maybe 700 considering our population, and we have gone to number 4 on the African continent because of that.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. National Bureau of Statistics has commenced the rebasing of the GDP as well. The two indicators rebasing started at the same time in 2022-2023. The result of the rebased GDP will be out any moment from now. What I want us to know is this. In 2014, when the GDP was rebased using 2010 as a base year, GDP of Nigeria became the highest in Africa. But being the highest should not be the joy. No. There are structural changes that people should focus on when GDP is rebased. It's not Nigeria is the biggest in Africa. What will we do with that one if poverty is not addressed? What do we do with that one if unemployment is not addressed? Now, what the National Bureau of Statistics is doing is that after the rebased GDP is out, we let people know the structural changes we have gotten from the results, so that people will know this is what's happening in the livestock sector, this is what is happening in the agricultural sector, this is what's happening in the manufacturing sector, this is what's happening in mining and oil sector. Those are the things we need, not just our GDP is the highest in Africa. What information can we get from that? The structural changes that has occurred between 2010 and because the current GDP rebasing we are doing now, we are using 2019 as the base year. That means a lot of economic activities that have emerged between 2010 and 2019 that is not yet captured in the GDP. A lot, especially informal activities. And you know, Nigeria, there are a lot of informal activities, which is the highest employer of labor in Nigeria. But the rebased GDP we have done now, which the result will soon be released, informal economic activities are adequately captured. Don't be surprised when the result is announced again. Nigeria may still be number 1 in Africa, but that should not be the job. The structural changes that the result will bring on board is what I want governments to focus on, investors to focus on, and other economic agents to focus on. But let Nigeria know that GDP rebasing has started. It will soon be released any moment from now. Thank you.
Well, we'd like to thank you, gentlemen, for all of what's been discussed here today regarding the released consumer price index, the impact on the economy, and I know that Nigerians would anxiously await the announcement of the rebased GDP. But for tonight, we'll have to leave this conversation and thank our guests very much for being here. Dr. Ayo Anthony, Head of Prices Division, National Bureau of Statistics. It's a key aspect of this, because for everyone, all we would want Dr. Ayo Anthony to come and say here one day, I said, look, the prices and to tell me what by 100 naira is worse today than what it can buy. I'd like to thank you for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me also say, as usual, Professor Kedife, always good to have you join us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Samson Galadima Simon, CEO, ARC Economics and Data Limited, will be asking you to come many more times so we can share in your experience and your thoughts on which way the Nigerian economy. Thank you once more for being here. And that's our program. Thank you for watching. Next week, we'll be back with NTA Tuesday Live. I'm Cyril Stover. Bye for now.
NTA, you can't beat the reach.
Welcome to the Leading Woman Show Policy Series, and today we're going to be talking about the art of policy making.
Good policy making can only be made with data.
We need our men to start speaking on women issues, to start speaking on representation of women.
We need to take deliberate steps to groom the next generation of leaders.
Men and women.
You have to use your position as a lawmaker, the position that you are in, to influence. You know,
if we get it right with policies, if we get it right with legislation, if we get it right with implementation, and if we get the youth to participate in all of this, then I think ultimately the society would be the better for it. I'm an eternal optimist. I just believe that Nigeria, no matter how bad it gets, it'll get better.
Policy shapes the future.
I have some sugar cane in my car. When this case is finished, they should come to my car and collect the sugar cane.
The body of work you are proud of? The Nigerian Television Authority wishes to collaborate with storytellers who capture the true essence of what it means to be Nigerian. These elite storytellers will receive the unique opportunity of reaching an audience of over 80 million viewers with their content on NTA primetime slots. Submit your short films, TV series, documentaries, and feature films to NTA Programs Directorate. Who knows? Yours may be one of the few to scale through our rigorous selection process.
This is blackmail. How can you stoop so low?
Benny, I will do anything. Anything to make you see that you're bad for this company.
NTA, you can't beat the rage.
Cholera is a serious bacterial infection. People become bacteria Vibrio cholerae. The symptoms are severe diarrhea, dehydration, and even death if it is not properly treated. Here is how you can clean safe water at all times, especially before you eat or after you go to the toilet. And if you don't have access to clean water when you need it, you can use alcohol-based sanitizers. Food vendors. Cook your food thoroughly, and of course, wash your fruits and vegetables thoroughly before you eat them. If you or anyone you know becomes sick with diarrhea or vomiting, seek medical help immediately by going to the nearest health facility, because prompt treatment saves lives. Stay informed, stay safe, and protect our communities from cholera.
This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Indiscipline on the road has been identified as the major cause of accidents. Indulging in dangerous driving, driving against traffic, and not following and obeying the road rules. Welcome. The program is Road Matters, your guide to safety on the road. I am Fatima Omar. With the violations of the road rules and unsafe use of the road, technology plays a vital role in ensuring safer road.
We are going to get to a stage. It's not difficult. It's already there. That you, as a person, can record an infraction and send it to us.
Computer vision is a field of AI that deals with identifying objects or deriving meaning from visual input.
In a recent global study on security product sales, video surveillance dominates the market, signaling a pivotal shift in our reliance on technology to address critical issues. This raises a crucial question. What does this trend signify?
CCTV cameras can be a source of input to that computer visions.
By the time we now adopt the full use of computer vision and layer it with artificial intelligence, we can now have things like facial recognition, image identification, and the rest.
It's no issue. So while we are going to the road, we know whom we are looking for. That's what the technology will do for us. And now, when you know that if you park here, you know, before, you just watch out where the guy will know they there. You do what you're not supposed to do. But in this case now, you know that the vehicles might not be there, but their cameras might be watching you. So what it means is that now everybody begins to learn to do the right thing.
Today, advanced countries are not only actively testing but also deploying vehicles that can communicate seamlessly with the infrastructure and other vehicles. This innovation isn't limited to just improving safety and traffic flow. It extends to the enforcement of traffic laws, with motorists compelled to adhere due to continuous surveillance.
After we do full deployment, nobody will be there to tell you do what you shouldn't do. The camera just picked that you have done this and you are receiving your message. Okay. Either you or the vehicle owner will receive the alert that you have parked where you're not supposed to park. And the fine is coming straight, no issue.
I'll use UAE as an example. The moment you beat the traffic camera snaps your picture, you receive 2 alerts. One from the traffic agency, one from your bank.
In light of these advancements elsewhere, it's indeed disconcerting to witness motorists persistently devising tactics to outsmart Nigeria's traffic light systems.
If you look at our traffic light, they are mainly procedural based. So, but by utilizing smart traffic lights, that smart traffic light will analyze the actual situation and allocate appropriate timing from each direction.
These systems are proudly data-driven. To begin with, the need for centralized data may appear daunting, but many believe it can be accomplished.
Irrespective of your location, your NIN is unique, no matter where you go to. Then we'll talk of your BVN for your bank. So also your vehicle should be centralized. So no matter where you register, it goes to a central pool because all plate numbers are Nigerian plate numbers.
With this, can put aside the license plate number recognition so that it can be able to identify road violators. You can also put high quality road surveillance cameras. With those cameras, we can be able to detect reckless drivers.
As we drive along the roads of Abuja, the remarkable traffic system in place undoubtedly captures the attention of many.
So the camera is going to capture overspeeding. FCT has its own speed limits. Overspeeding, expired vehicle documents, wrong turning if you turn where you're not supposed to turn, wrong parking if you park where you're not supposed to park. You understand? So it's going to do a lot of things.
The future of traffic lights in Nigeria is bright, with the integration of innovative technologies such as smart traffic lights, advanced surveillance system, and AI-driven traffic management.
Integration of innovative technology is the future of driving for safer roads. With technology comes good use of the road, and it is a collective responsibility.
In bustling cities and towns across Nigeria, a concerning issue plagues our roads, which is traffic light violations. This seemingly commonplace act carries grave consequences, affecting not only the violators, but also innocent lives on the streets. Law enforcement agencies play a pivotal role in curbing traffic light violations. Their vigilance and enforcement of traffic laws serve as a deterrent, reminding citizens of the importance of obeying signals that keep our roads safe. Enter the penalty points system and fines, a mechanism designed to hold traffic offenders accountable. By assigning penalty points and imposing fines, authorities aim to instill a sense of responsibility, ensuring the violators face tangible consequences for their actions. But how effective is this system? based on the penalty point system, coupled with appropriate fines. Has there truly been a significant reduction in traffic violations? Are citizens becoming more aware of the repercussions, thereby promoting safer road behavior? Are traffic enforcement agencies like VIO, FRSC, LASTMA, and other state regulators working optimally to ensure violators are brought to book?
FRSC is more than 36 years now, and right from inception, if you look at our Establishment Act 2007, public enlightenment plays a very vital role. And that's why we have gone into a kind of relationship with the various transport unions. And the essence of this is to create a collaboration where we can have a better understanding of ourselves. The reason why we are establishment by federal government is for us to be able to relate with the motorists. So when they are not there, we are not really needed. So what we do is that we have a synergy where on daily basis we interface with the various unions. We have regular meetings with them, but they do complain too that no matter the number of times you think you come around, they will always have some deviance among their leaks that will always create problem for us on the highway. So what we do is that there's good relationship between FRSC and the management of the various transport union who translate our messages to their subjects. And also, we engage in motor parks where we meet these drivers one-on-one. And we also advise our own operatives too that they should not see them as enemies. They should see them as partners in creating road safety on Nigerian roads. But a situation where we have the recalcitrant ones, the law is there to take its course. All these assaults you see all over the places, you can just see it on the video. That's not where it ends. Most of them are in prison now, serving one jail terms or the other. And most of them are undergoing prosecution because you cannot tamper with the law enforcer and you think you are going to escape justice. It's not possible. You just have to use the road because in Nigeria as of today, the use of the land means of transportation takes more than 90% compared to other modes of transportation. And that's why we are so determined and particular about creating safety on that road. My advice to the motoring public is anytime, especially those that will be engaging in commercial vehicles, you should appreciate the fact that your own safety and lives is in your palm. That's why our theme for this year is that speak out against dangerous driving. Road crashes kill more commuters than drivers. One way or the other to advise drivers or to advise them to rest when they get tired. And it saved a lot of issues for us. So speak out when the driver is misbehaving because that role you are going to play will save someone's life. And for the drivers, remember that the passengers paid you to take them to their destination, not to their grave. Do all that is needful.
Technology stands as a powerful ally in curbing traffic light violations. Surveillance cameras and smart sensors help identify offenders, enabling law enforcement agencies to take swift action. This synergy between technology and law enforcement reinforces the importance of adhering to traffic signals. Now, let's look to the future. The future of traffic lights in Nigeria is promising. Regulatory warning and information signs will become more intuitive, guiding drivers effectively and enhancing road safety. Continuous advancements in technology will further optimize traffic management, ensuring smoother flow and reducing violations. In conclusion, raising awareness about traffic light violations is not just a necessity, it is a collective responsibility. By understanding the implications, appreciating the roles of law enforcement agencies, respecting the penalty point system, embracing technology, and anticipating the future of traffic lights, we can create safer roads for all Nigerians.
Indeed, Indeed, together we can all play our parts for safer roads. It is a collective responsibility. As long as you are driving on the road, attention should be on the road, especially if it involves children crossing the road. Let's see this on children and safety.
Cross the road, there are things they should look out for. All the roads are not designed equal. Some have the walkways, some don't have. If it's a road that has the walkway, the children are expected to follow the walkway. Now, provision has already been made for them to follow the walkway. Now, if a road that does not have the walkway, the children are expected to move by the side of the road. Now, in moving by the side of the road, you are expected to, when you get to a place where you need to cross the road, I think that's the most dangerous part of that walk. Be patient with yourself. Patience is a virtue there. Now, you wait. If you are in group, you hold your hands together. The drivers should be able to stop for you and create room for you to cross. Now, while doing that, there are some roads that have a pedestrian crossing, either the bridge or the zebra crossing. So any of them are the most suitable places you should cross. Now, there are things you must not do while crossing the road. Number one, you are not expected to run, just walk. But at the same time, you're not expected to be playing on the road. You're not expected to hold your phones or watch movies or listen to music. You're expected to be at the maximum alert, okay, while crossing that road.
Obey traffic lights in order to avoid accident and stay on the safe side. They should always follow the zebra crossing.
It is not good for children to disobey traffic lights because they can have accident and they can cause a lot of trouble for their parents.
Children should obey traffic lights so that they can live long too.
Important thing that the government has done for the masses by putting the traffic lights in all the road junctions. If not, people will be dying every second because many people are mindless. They don't think before they do something. Even those walking on the road users. In fact, it's important for everybody, both those driving and those walking.
Look at the roads that are constructed in your area. All the roads are not constructed equal. Some are dual carriage, some are single carriage. No matter the road, some have walkways, some don't have. The first thing you do anytime you need to cross the road is look at your left, look at your right, look at your left again, then proceed. If it's a very wide road, you keep looking while crossing. You don't because you've just said I've looked before. Let me just, no. You keep looking until you arrive to the other side of the road safely.
Lives are in your hands while you drive. Protect yourself and others on the road. Road Matters, shown on the network service of the NTA. Join us.
As you drive, think of other road users as your loved ones. We all have a part to play, and so let's see this eyewitness report from a viewer on the use of pedestrian bridge.
These are the activities of pedestrians. Area 1 Area 1 bridge, pedestrian bridge. I'm equally using it. I'm doing this video to see how Okadas and the rest violate the regulations kept by government in Nigeria. I'm going up. You see where bikes drag with people on this bridge. You can see that is the bike at the pedestrian bridge, meant for people to use their leg to cross in Abuja Area 1. You see more of them. People are knocked down here on this bridge. This is I'm directly opposite, how do I call it now, viewing from Area 1 bridge. There is Area 1 bridge. Former dunamis, you can see their stuff there. And these are the barriers created by government that stop people from using the road to cross because of the high rate of road crashes here. People are killed on a daily basis. Now, the bridge meant for people to use is where bikes, you see them now, bikes running on this bridge, and people are knocked down here. So the authority concerned should wake up. This axis is leading to Area 3. This axis is leading to Area 3 junction. The barricade government has succeeded. This was done severally, but violated. People tear them down to cross on their own and they get killed. So that is it. You can see the activities of the Okadas there, down there. That is their base. So what does it mean we cannot protect and effect this law and save the life of the masses? Even forcing them to use the bridge, they don't have freedom. So this is the CEO and President of RAPNEC reporting from Area 1 Abuja.
The road. Over 2,000 lives has been lost on the road. How many more needs to be lost until we take action? The road as we see it is another position for the people to mobilize themselves from a place to another. But how can this be done when the roads are compromised? How can this be done when the roads are not managed? How can this be done when there is overspeeding on the roads? How can this be done when a man is speeding at 120 on a road of just 60? Every road signs and road maps must be strictly adhered to, as they are there to inform and to educate the drivers as they move. Every road sign are not just there just to be seen and to continue the movement. It's there to prepare the driver of what is to come. It's there to prepare the driver of what he is likely to meet. Every road sign there must always mark children crossing, a U-bend, a L-bend, a V-bend, maintain 60, maintain 80. You must not violate these rules. Some drivers are still reckless. Some drivers still drive like there's another life beyond the life they are having. No. Every driver out there is precious, just as our roads are precious. We must use the road carefully. We must use the road judiciously. Don't drive drunk. Don't drink and drive. Don't drive and drink. All you need to drink is water. Alcohol in your car while driving could endanger your life. Ignoring the road signs could endanger your life. Overspeeding could endanger your life. So why should you lose your life today when you can make it a better possession of yours tomorrow? It's better to be safe than sorry. Don't be a victim of accidents. Spare your life today, and tomorrow you'll be a better person. I am Isaac Ido. Stay alive.
It is important for all to be disciplined on the road. Use the pedestrian bridges the right way and be good on the road. We all have a part to play. That's all we have for you on this episode of the program. Do follow the program on the social media handle on X at Road Matters NTA or send a mail to roadmatters@nta.ng. We appreciate the feedback. Until the next episode, I am Fatima Umar. Be good on the road so the road can be good to you.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
We all want to do our best to win for our team. But right now, we're losing to the illegal trade in wildlife. Illegal bushmeat is on sale in our cities, risking extinction and our health. We've become a center for ivory and pangolin smuggling, and many of our iconic species are threatened with extinction. So please report wildlife crime and say no to illegal bushmeat. And let's work together to win for Nigeria. Keep them wild, keep us safe.
The struggle for independence had been a long and tough one. Our founding fathers and compatriots sacrificed their comfort and even shed their blood. We cannot at this point in history afford to spirit away their sacrifices for immediate but temporary gains of today. Let us emphasize what unites and not what divides us. Working for the unity of purpose with a stronger vision for a better tomorrow. NTA, growing with the nation.
Together, no matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together. Let's stop fighting each other. Let us live as one. It doesn't matter where you come from, your tribe or religion, man, woman or child. It doesn't matter who you are. Put Nigeria first. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together. How can we develop when we're always in crisis? Families have become refugees in their country. No matter our differences, show some understanding. No matter where you come from, no matter your religion, we are one. Let's live together.
Are you a tech enthusiast? Perhaps you want to know more about the devices and gadgets you use. Tech Mode will bridge that gap. Connect great minds while extraying everything about technology as it concerns you.
It is Tech Mode.
Tech Mode is unlocking your tomorrow today. Embrace the wisdom of our ancestors as we explore the timeless wisdom of Nigerian proverbs.
Proverbs are palm oil.
Hello, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the news on NTA International. I'm Nancy Godi Angonihu. First, the headlines. French President Emmanuel Macron canvasses need for United States to back any European troop deployment as a form of security guarantee in Ukraine. Nigerian government's determination to revolutionize agricultural activities gets a boost with donation of 2,000 tractors from Belarus. As a way of sustaining Nigeria's economy, federal government to support local enterprise. And now the news in full. French President Emmanuel Macron supports the peace move being made by Donald Trump on Russia over Ukraine. He, however, called on the United States to back any European troop deployment as a form of security guarantee. Framapanya reports.
U.S. President Donald Trump says his administration is making a decisive break with the foreign policy failures of the past administration. Under our administration, we are forging new paths that promotes peace around the world, Trump said in a joint press conference with French President Emmanuel Macron.
The cost and burden of securing the peace must be borne by the nations of Europe, not alone by the United States, and Europe must take that central role in assuring long-term security of Ukraine, which they want to do. And that's not a very big step. The big step is what's going to happen over the next few weeks.
Agreeing with Trump, Macron said, and I quote, "We want a quick deal, but not a fragile one." He further said there was a big change, that there was a new U.S. administration. There is a good reason for President Trump to re-engage with President Putin, Macron said. Macron, who has been considering sending French troops to Ukraine to preserve any peace, said it was critical for the United States to offer support. Emmanuel Macron insisted that peace cannot mean the surrender of Ukraine, warning as he met U.S. counterpart Donald Trump against a world in which the law of the strongest wins. Ukraine fought over these past years for its independence and for its sovereignty, but also for our collective security, Macron said. Frama Pani, NTA News.
Now, Russia's top security official, Sergei Shoigu, visited Indonesia on Tuesday for talks with President Prabowo Subianto and his defense minister as Moscow and Jakarta seek to strengthen defense cooperation. Comfort Fashion reports.
Southeast Asia's largest economy maintains a neutral foreign policy, refusing to take sides in the Ukraine war or great power competition between the United States and China. Shoigu, Russia's former defense minister and now secretary of its Security Council, is considered a key figure in the decision to send Russian troops into Ukraine in 2022 and remains a staunch ally of President Vladimir Putin. Indonesia's defense ministry said in a statement that he met Indonesian defense minister Jafri Shamsuddin in Jakarta on Tuesday morning and was also received by Prabowo at the presidential palace, a palace spokesperson said without providing further details. Russia's state news agency RIA Novosti reported Monday that Shoigu would discuss bilateral ties with Indonesia's top leadership, including security and defense cooperation. Prabowo, who was inaugurated as president earlier this month, has pledged to take a more assertive role in the world stage. He visited Moscow in July for talks with Putin. In November, Indonesia and Russia conducted their first joint naval drills. Russia deployed 3 Corvette-class warships, a medium tanker, a military helicopter, and a tugboat for the exercises off Indonesia's main island of Java. Still, since taking over as Indonesia's defense minister in 2019, Prabowo has kept alive a $1.1 billion deal for Russian fighter jets agreed to a year earlier, despite reported threats of U.S. sanctions. Comfort Fashion, NTA News.
Hundreds of Vatican faithful gathered outside St. Peter's Basilica for a mass led by Cardinal Pietro Parolin as clergy, nuns and worshippers came together in prayer following the deteriorating health of Pope Francis. Comfort Fashion again reports.
Cardinal Parolin led prayers and readings from scripture, urging the congregation to pray fervently for Pope Francis' recovery. Similarly, hundreds of faithful gathered at Plaza Constitucion in Buenos Aires to attend a special mass for the health of Pope Francis as the pontiff remains in critical condition. The ceremony was presided over by the Archbishop of Buenos Aires, Monsignor George Ignacio Garcia Cuerva. The choice of Plaza Constitucion was not accidental. This emblematic location has witnessed numerous pastoral actions by the then Archbishop George Bagoglio, who used to work around the area to reach out to those in need.
Más de una vez, Francisco, cuando era el Cardenal Bergoglio,
during the homily, Garcia Cuerva highlighted Pope Francis' role as a global leader committed to peace and fraternity. I try to channel my prayers, asking God and respecting His holy will. But we are asking Him not to take him because we need him, says Maria, one of the faithful. The Mass at Plaza Constitucion adds to a series of initiatives and prayer chains being held throughout the country and the world, uniting communities in prayers for the swift recovery of the Supreme Pontiff. The day concluded with heartfelt applause and chants dedicated to the Pope, symbolizing the unity and affection of the Argentine people towards their pastor. The Mass came after the 88-year-old Francis was hospitalized on February 14 and has been diagnosed with pneumonia in both lungs. Comforts Fashion, NTA News.
The UN Biodiversity Conference, also known as COP16, is set to resume its work in Rome. The conference achieved some significant progress when it last met in Colombia in November 2024, but the talks ran out of time. Georgina Chandler, head of policy and campaigns for the Zoological Society, London, said discussions ran out of time in Colombia, specifically on the finance agenda item, because that was particularly contentious, and after long debates, governments had to head home.
And finance negotiations and come back in 2025 to have another go, which is why we're here. For everything, for the air we breathe, the food we eat, the water, it really relies on intact ecosystems. It's not just a matter of trees, it's the microbes in the soil, it's the wildlife that sustains the patterns of reproduction and pollination and everything that's going on in all different sorts of ecosystems. It's providing fresh water, it's cleaning the air, and so we can't survive without biodiversity.
Talks in Rome notably aim to approve a financial strategy of securing $200 billion annually by 2030. These funds, if obtained, would go towards initiatives for the protection and conservation of biodiversity around the world. According to the UN, 11 countries and the government of Quebec have so far pledged a total of $400 million. Another goal of the second part of the conference is the redirection of subsidies that are currently contributing to harming the environment. Global wildfire populations have plunged an average of 73% in 50 years, according to the World Wildfire Fund and the Zoological Society of London biennial Living Planet report in October last year. If properly harnessed, the renewed interest and attention that state independent electoral commissions are attracting as a result of the recent local government financial autonomy can be a positive development for the democracy in Nigeria. This was the consensus at the presentation of the EU support to democratic governance in Nigeria analytical study on state independent electoral commissions in Abuja. Kelvin Ewunwaye reports.
The study analyzed several challenges that impede the effective functioning of CX and consequently the poor quality of local government elections. It also pinpointed the kind of reforms needed to inject life into grassroots democracy and governance.
I'm also interested in the kind of thing that we hear from those saddled with the responsibility of managing these elections practically so that it will enrich the discussion and enrich the solution to the problems.
Amendments, the discussion of electoral reform and amendments are also creating a context in which nationally we are looking at CX and the conduct of elections. So it is no longer something that is left to states, a lost cause for governors and all that.
Funded by the European Union, with strategic partnership from DAI, the study seeks a collaborative coalition to drive the needed reforms at the grassroots level of governance. In Abuja, Kelvin Ewunwaye, NTA News.
President Hakainde Hichilema has thanked Egypt for providing Zambia with medicines when he assumed office at the time the country was faced with a shortage. President Hichilema says Egypt's assistance came in handy. The head of state was speaking during a joint press briefing with President El-Sisi held at the Presidential Palace in Cairo, Egypt.
The Presidential Palace in Cairo, Egypt, was the scene of a dignified display as President Hakainde Hichilema arrived for bilateral talks with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. The president's visit is not just ceremonial. It marks a significant step towards enhancing Zambia's bilateral relations with Egypt. The two leaders held bilateral talks focusing on agriculture, health, infrastructure, tourism, energy and aquaculture, among others. The atmosphere was one of unity and shared purpose. President Hichilema and his counterpart, President Sisi, held a joint press briefing.
Of areas of instability that you have talked about on the principle and belief that instability anywhere is instability everywhere. We've seen that in the wars that are raging around, the conflicts on our continent, which you have touched on very, very well, but also outside of our continent, which, Mr. President, we want to thank you for your leadership in working towards peace and stability and security over this region, not just the Arab world, but beyond that. And that has a positive effect even on our bilateral relationship. We want to build on this history of our friendship, my brother President and the government, people of Egypt, the government and the people of Zambia, to deepen our cooperation in the areas that you have indicated.
President Sisi expressed Egypt's readiness to support Zambia in various sectors of the economy.
We discussed as well investment opportunities in the vital Lobito corridor project within the framework of the pursuit of incentivizing the engagement of both Egyptian private and public sectors in the various investment activities in Zambia. In order to encourage and deepen ties between the two business communities in the two brotherly states, we seek as well to maximize benefit from the Egyptian-Zambian Business Forum being held in Cairo in concurrence with President Hichilema's visit. Honorable guests, I exchanged views with my brother, Mr. President, over different development challenges encountering our African continent, particularly the surge of poverty rates, debt crisis, and climate change. We agreed that it is critical to undertake joint action and concert positions forwarding African priorities to global agenda.
The two leaders also witnessed the signing of the memorandums.
ICT is taking charge in almost every aspect of human endeavor. But this development comes with its own negative outcomes. To ensure the ICT platform is safe, the Ministry of Police Affairs and other global bodies exchange ideas to address emerging cybersecurity issues. Francis Form reports that it is the focus of an Interpol conference holding in Abuja.
Has continued to grapple with evolving security threats, including insurgency, terrorism, organized crime, cybercrime, and human trafficking, many of which have transnational implications. Recognizing this gathering of like minds from countries focuses on the role of Interpol, a global organization with 196 member countries, in facilitating intelligence sharing, cross-border crime prevention, and law enforcement collaboration.
In light of the myriad security threats facing our nation today, it is imperative that we embrace international standards to safeguard life, properties, and infrastructure, thereby fostering economic development and stability.
The discussion is timely for the stakeholders to deal with these challenges and threat of cyber crime of the post-industrial revolution, as well as 21st century globalization, computerization, and the digital era.
When we work together, synergize together, we are better positioned to track the criminals that are into these nefarious activities.
The workshop is expected to generate actionable insights to strengthen internal security, support national development, and advocate sustained investment in technology-driven policing strategies to safeguard lives, property, and critical infrastructure across Nigeria. Francis from NTA News.
Nigeria will continuously create opportunities for the youth to be actively involved in the digital economic drive of the President Bola Tinubu administration. Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Bosun Tijani, disclosed this at Nigeria Korea Information Access System Center in Abuja. Ayodeji Makinde reports.
Another bridge from south of the Sahara to far east. Here is the Digital Bridge Institute that has drawn government officials for the inauguration of the Nigeria Korea Information Access Center. It is the first center to be equipped and will specialize in AI training, adoption of physical and virtual simulation methods, with at least 15,000 people expected to be trained before the end of the year. Digital Bridge Institute and Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy call for focus and exploration of federal government policies.
You shouldn't listen to naysayers. Find centers like this where you can benefit, centers like this where you can gain access to infrastructure, to technology, to knowledge that can help you actually build a career that is useful for yourself.
These vital and basic skills that they will acquire from this center will form the foundation for hopefully prosperity in the area of AI for Nigeria.
They have a curriculum for young people to use and then see how that solves specific or industry-based questions.
We think Nigeria has shown a very, strong commitment to AI development.
The facilities provided 100% by the Korean government is a gateway to opening of new frontiers in Nigeria's digital economy. In Abuja, Ayodeji Makinde, NTA News.
Still to come in the news. Federal government to establish real estate authority. This and more when we come back after the break.
Have you heard the news? The federal government of Nigeria, through its direct benefit transfer program, has started the disbursement of 75,000 naira per household in 3 installments of 25,000, 25,000, 25,000 naira. Each recipient must have a validated national identification number, NIN, to receive the payment on behalf of their household members. To benefit, your household must be in the National Social Register of Poor and Vulnerable Households in Nigeria. The federal government's direct benefit transfer program is helping to reduce the effect of suffering while promoting financial and economic inclusion for the poor and vulnerable population in Nigeria.
Sunana Safiya Ismail, ni daga Gwagwalada Area Council a karkashin Giri. Ina da yara 7 da mijina. Sana'ana sadda itace. Akwai damuwomi da yawa. Rashin kudi da musanta zaka ga itace zai kare ba kudi ne zaka siya wani an kira ni ayi Safiya Ismail nace yes come for your benefits at Angondo do Gwagwalada suka bani ATM din immediately na withdraw kudi na amma gaskiya kudin ya zo at the right time.
This message is brought to you by the Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation, Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Poverty Reduction, in collaboration with the National Social Investment Programs Agency, National Social Safety Nets Coordinating Office, and the National Cash Transfer Office.
Kazakh delegation to Nigeria in the just concluded first Nigeria-Kazakhstan Business Council has expressed delight over the fruitful outcome. After 2 days of series of high-level meetings with their Nigerian counterparts in the foreign affairs, trade and investment, digital economy and innovation, as well as solid minerals and agriculture, the delegation told newsmen that the next stage will be concluded at the forthcoming Kazakhstan Investment Forum in Astana in May, where their counterparts from Nigeria will participate.
There were 2 memoranda signed between the Taj Bank and Astana International Financial Center, and between Kazakhstan and Nigerian companies working in the sphere of space monitoring. So I consider this visit to be very successful, and we're gonna continue our joint work with the Nigerian side, and in the coming future we're also awaiting a business delegation led by His Royal Majesty Oni Alvifa to Kazakhstan, to Astana International Forum, where we're gonna go on with mutual realization of investment and trade.
After a meeting with the Minister of State, Agriculture and Food Security, Sabi Abdullahi, it was agreed that a technical committee be set up to work out a framework for cooperation in wheat, cocoa, fertilizer and satellite applications in food production.
In Nigeria, agriculture remains the heartbeat of our economy, employing majority of our population and contributing to the GDP about 28% as at our the third quarter of 2024. Our dear President, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, came under his agenda, Christine Renewed Hope Agenda. And in this agenda, he has set a very bold vision for Nigeria. And he said, as far as food security is concerned, he wants a country where no one goes to bed hungry.
Nigeria-Kazakhstan Business Council meeting was facilitated by the Oni of Ife, the Oba Adeyeye Ogunwusi. Nigeria's economy has continued to expand. This is as latest data from the National Bureau of Statistics shows that Nigeria's gross domestic product, GDP, grew by 3.84% year-on-year in real terms in the fourth quarter of 2024. This growth rate is higher than the 3.46% recorded in the fourth quarter of 2023 and the third quarter of 2024 growth rate. The NBS data shows that the performance of the GDP in the fourth quarter of 2024 was driven mainly by the services sector, which recorded a growth of 5.37% and contributed 57.38% to the aggregate GDP. The agriculture sector grew by 1.76%, down from the growth of 2.10% recorded in the fourth quarter of 2023. The growth of the industry sector was 2%, decline from 3.86% recorded in the fourth quarter of 2023. In terms of share of the GDP, the services sector contributed more to the aggregate GDP in the fourth quarter of 2024 compared to the corresponding quarter of 2023. The major contributing economic activities in real terms in the quarter under review are crop production 23.42%, trade 15.11%, telecommunication 14.40%, real estate 5.88%, financial institutions 5.76%, and crude petroleum 4.60%. Now, Senate has received more inputs and recommendations from members of the public on the fourth full tax reform bills. At the second day public hearing, the legislators reaffirmed their position that the engagement is not just a legislative formality, but a national dialogue where every voice counts. Ignatius Unko was there.
It was the second and last public hearing on the four tax reform bills at the Senate. The zeal to engage the Parliament on these bills continued as agencies of government and the private sector reel out their observations. The Nigerian Customs Service pointed out some conflicting provisions in the proposed law that would interfere with the Nigerian Customs Act, while the Academic Staff Union of Universities and others pointed out potential fallout of scrapping TED fund by 2030 as provided in the tax bill.
Customs should be allowed to retain its mandate under the provisions of the NCS Act 2023. The only organization of funding that research today in the Nigerian system is the TED fund.
And the acknowledgement of the importance of modernization of the tax system to enhance fiscal and stability and align with global best practices.
Look at all this argument as to whether the revision will be 60%, 20%. This should not be in the law. We already have in our constitution revenue mobilization, allocation, and fiscal commission. That is their statutory duty.
The Federal Inland Revenue Service and Presidential Committee on Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms were on ground to clear grey areas.
Nobody will come from anywhere to come and develop Nigeria. We need to have economic policy that encourage local development.
For far too long, our tax system has been riddled with inefficiencies, ambiguity, inequity, and complexity that have constrained economic growth.
Number of stakeholders that made themselves physically present here are 51. Your insights, perspectives, and recommendations have enriched our discussions and will go a long way in shaping tax policies and a fair, efficient, and growth-driven legislation.
As the hearing comes to an end, the committee announced its next step, a retreat for deeper consultations where the various inputs will be fine-tuned and reconciled before presentation at plenary. Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
The Nigerian government has received 2,000 tractors from Belarus, fulfilling President Bola Tinubu's directive to revolutionize agricultural activities in the country. Musa Baba Aliyu reports that the heavy-duty equipment arrived in Nigeria and has been assembled in Abuja.
In September 2024, Nigeria and Belarus signed a significant agreement for the supply of 2,000 tractors, a key aspect of the Bola Tinubu administration's renewed hope agricultural transformation policy. The first batch of tractors has arrived and is currently being assembled in the Federal Capital Territory. The tractors were accompanied by 9,072 assorted agricultural implements. Minister of Agriculture and Food Security Abubakar Kyari visited the assembly site in Kwali, where he underscored the importance of the initiative as a milestone achievement for the government. He expressed his satisfaction with the progress made in the Nigerian-Belarus mechanization partnership, which is focused on transforming agricultural practices in the country.
Consignment the 2,000 Belarus tractors for the wet season of this year. And we're expecting Mr. President to launch the tractors here in Abuja before being deployed immediately to the areas of operation. Promise was made by Mr. President and promise was kept.
To To maximize the impact of the project, the tractors will be distributed through 3 main schemes. Direct purchase. This option allows individuals and organizations to buy tractor directly, promoting ownership and investment in farming. The second one is leasing scheme, provide affordable access to mechanization without the need to full ownership costs, making it easier for farmers to utilize modern equipment. Service provider model. This approach establishes tractor service centers in farming communities, enabling local farmers to access tractor services efficiently. The agreement and the subsequent initiative reflect the Nigerian government's commitment to advancing agricultural technology and ensuring food security for all Nigerians. From Kwali, Musa Baba Aliyu, NTA News.
Nigeria has pledged commitment to the health and survival of local enterprises, describing them as catalysts for our sustainable economic future. Vice President Kashim Shettima made the pledge during a tour of the secured smart card and digital solutions facility in Lagos to mark its 20th anniversary. State House correspondent Abdurrahman Jibrila reports.
Vice President Kashim Shettima at the country's leading smart card manufacturing company for its 2 decades of excellence in manufacturing and digital solutions, a continental leader in digital solutions, now capable of producing 200 million cards annually, including international passports.
I know how the president is very passionate about patronizing Nigerian companies, and you will get to hear it tomorrow. And be rest assured that our passports, our voters card, will be progressive in this country.
Reaffirming the government's commitment to fostering an environment where businesses can flourish, Vice President Kashim Shettima assured that the administration is ready to help local industries fulfill their potential.
Secure ID is a testament to what is possible when vision is marked with dedication and hard work. Where there is a will, there is always the way. Against all odds, you thrived and you succeeded and conquered territories that hitherto belongs to others. It is my firm belief that the various ongoing interventions of this administration will pave the way for the emergence of more companies like Secure ID. Companies that will transform our economy, create opportunities, and raise the living standards of millions of Nigerians.
And the promise of the administration is to support enterprises by fostering an environment where innovation thrives and where every citizen has the opportunity to succeed. From Lagos, Abdurrahman Jibrila, NTA News.
Also, ambitious reforms in the energy industry embarked upon by the President Bola Tinubu administration have repositioned Nigeria as a global energy powerhouse that is open for business. President Bola Tinubu said locating the Africa Energy Bank in Nigeria is a historic milestone which has consolidated Nigeria and Africa towards realizing the theme, bridging continents, connecting investors worldwide with Africa's energy potential. Lydia Sampson reports.
Wheeling out the present administration's achievements in the oil and gas industry, Minister of State Finance, Dr.